Rob to talk through all this.
I'm feeling good, and I'm here to say that watching TRRS makes me feel good in a major way. Also that Korn could have written Deacon Blues, but Steely Dan could never have written Make Me Bad.
Two. Check 2. Let's clear one thing up here. Okay, let's clear one thing up here with this comment. Korn could not write Deacon Blues. No. I'm sorry, and I don't hate Korn, okay? I like Korn. I like the first Korn album with Blind on it. I like the second one, Follow the Leader. I like these albums. Korn could not have written Deacon Blues. No. I'm sorry. I reject that entire premise. Thank you, Marty, for the 31 months of Tier 2 and for everything you do for the community. But no. I actually think Korn did write Deacon Blues. I think I read that somewhere. Well, you didn't, because that's not accurate. That's not true. So, how's everyone doing? How are you doing, chat? Hello. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the show. It's me. It's me, Rob, your friend. Imagining Steely Dan in the recording studio, asking Fieldy to try it again. He just wails on it like he's trying to kill a spider. If Don Fagan ever heard Feely play bass with those slappy bass strings, like they're almost falling off the guitar, you can hear him going blah, 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 blah. It's like Don. I think Don would probably have a fucking stroke. Don and Walter, if they were in the studio hearing that, they'd be like, please, no. Hang on, I just put a little sandwich thing in the air fryer. I'm going to get that out. Just one sec. Okay, hello. I'm back. What is up? Should be interesting to see whether we got a bunch of new community members on Friday. Bunch of new followers and community members. Let's see if it makes an impact today. Let's see if we get any repeat viewers. I would like to think so. I would like to think we'll have some more of our new friends pop in today. Korn could play the bagpipes. Steely Dan would take 6 months to create some stupid machine to recreate the bagpipes. First of all, that machine already existed in the late 70s. It's called a Mellotron. Second of all, they would just hire the world's best bagpipe player and make him play for like 13 hours straight the same thing, and then they would pick and choose which performance or which bits of each performance they would cut and paste into the full thing. That Central Committee raid was huge. I had no idea Old Boy was doing those kind of numbers. He is. I think we need to have Old Rob doing those kind of numbers. I think that's the goal for this year. I don't even need to get to that level. Just being able to come close to that would be kind of nice. I'm a new repeat viewer. There we go. Princess Jasmine. Hello. Wonderful. We'll see. We just started. We'll see who else pops in today. Did you tweet you're doing a stream now on Twitch? No, I often don't do that. I find it's very, very rare that tweeting that I'm live is even seen by anyone and brings in viewers. I guess sometimes people come in here from the tweets. I don't know. I just don't know. Don't forget the fantasy draft tonight. I won't. What is it at, like 6? I'll check. I won't forget. I don't think. Yeah, Twitter hides. Well, it hides tweets with all links basically because it wants everyone to just stay on the website. That's why they're making all their links to other like journalism outlets look like shit, because they think journalists are going to pay $5 a month to just post their entire articles like on the platform. I will never read one of those long tweets. Like any one of those tweets that's longer than like one paragraph, it's like, what is this? Get this out of my face. Get this out of my face. I owe you in the chat an apology. I said the worst thing. It's not my manner or what my religion taught me. I shouldn't have said that. My apologies. I hope you accept it. I'm trying to I understand, you're new to the community. I don't know, Mad Mohuer. That's going to have to be a big... It's kind of like a probation situation now, because we can't have that kind of shit going on in the chat, and we can't think that these kinds of things either. It's not helpful. It's really not good. Anytime that we talk about Israel, Palestine, we get these accusations of like anti-Semitism, which are many times totally unfounded. And it's a really unfortunate thing, I think, that this idea of Zionism or being pro-Israel has been conflated with people being Jewish. I don't agree with that, but we can't tolerate any of that kind of sentiment in this community, in any community, in our movement for social justice, in our movement for Palestine. We cannot tolerate that. So I'm not going to tolerate it here in this community, certainly, and I don't think it should be tolerated anytime we do see it. I will always push back on these claims about the left's anti-Semitism problem. I think a lot of that is overblown. A lot of that has just been an excuse to destroy movements for Palestinian human rights and Palestinian justice and anti-imperialism. And I will always push back on these kind of claims when they're being made in bad faith. But that also means we need to have a zero tolerance policy for any of that shit in this community or in any kind of movement that we're in. Zero tolerance. Anyway, Barbie Hatchet Prof, I'm happy you could join us too. This is good. This is nice. Wasn't planning on starting off the stream with that. I guess it's worth pointing out. We do need to talk about this. I just saw recently
count on
this.
Me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Plunger Man, thank you for the gifted sub to our new friend Princess Jasmine. Thank you, Plunger Man. It's worth talking about this. I saw You know, this woman in Michigan was killed, was just stabbed. Of a Detroit synagogue president. And I don't know if it's linked to anything that's happening right now. I don't know if it's linked. It's a really tragic story, though. Samantha Wohl, who was the synagogue president, who was fatally stabbed, who was someone, from my understanding, was a tireless worker in terms of like bringing people together, creating solidarity between Arabs and Jews, like a real ally in this kind of struggle. And I don't know if it's linked to what's happening right now. I don't know if it's linked to anti-Semitism. It's Detroit. There is violence that happens. It could have been a random coincidence. But it's still a scary thing, and it's a reminder to all of us that we do need to have these conversations, but we can't tolerate, no one should tolerate anyone that tries to conflate what Israel does with like Jewishness or Judaism. Like that cannot be tolerated. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Well, and that's, you see the way that like that's been a central goal of the Zionist movement, is to link these things. You know? Which, ironically, as much as Zionists talk about Israel being the only safe place for Jews, or that like the existence of Israel somehow makes Jews more safe, I actually think it's the opposite. I don't even see a link to the two. I don't know how people get there. I guess it's just because, like, in this climate right now of a lot of people talking about Israel, I guess it's just, like I said, it could have been a coincidence. It could have been a total coincidence, but, like, I guess just because of what's happening, it's impossible for me anyways to not think that, like, perhaps there's a possibility that it's linked. Either way, it's a really tragic story, what happened. And it seems really devastating for our community. Oh, with anti-Semitism, yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. There's been a big part of the Zionist project, is to make this totally inseparable in people's minds. You know, oh, you're against Israel, that means you don't like Jews. You say from the river to the sea, that means you want all Jews to die. It's like a completely preposterous notion. But they've worked diligently at trying to make this connection in people's minds, and it's been quite successful. Hello, Brian, aka Lennon Smesh. We can rib if we want to. We can rub your friends behind, because your friends don't rib, and if they don't rub well, they're no friends of mine. It's the classic saying that we all know. Yeah, Giovanni's, we're going to talk about Sarah Jama today. Absolutely pathetic on the part of the NDP. Some British rag claimed that anti-Semitic crimes were up over 1,000%, and most of them were took down an Israel poster on the tram, or wrote "Free Palestine." Like, that's been the project, right? Is to link the idea of Palestinian liberation with anti-Semitism. If you write "Free Palestine," that's anti-Semitic. If you write "From the River to the Sea," anti-Semitic. Any support for Palestinian people or their struggle or their human rights is claimed to be anti-Semitic. Yeah, you say Sabra is a shitty hummus brand and we should maybe stop buying it or whatever. Anti-Semitic. That's right. But just this murder, this stabbing of Samantha Wohl. I don't know if it's linked to any of this. It could have just be a completely random coincidence, but I think it should be a reminder for everyone that we need to ensure that as much as we push back on these false narratives, you know, when it comes to anti-Semitism, that we should also be completely, you know, united in the idea that like any anti-Semitism should be completely shut down. Zero tolerance for any of that shit. Anyone that tries to make this kind of link. And they're saying thinly veiled Nazi shit. Good morning, America. I mean, that's the whole thing about the, like, I saw this guy, Josh Fox. Let's just, I guess we're just, like, starting to talk about it. Or that like, director guy. Was she a supporter of Palestine? When I saw the headline, I assumed it was making news as, like, a counter to the pro-Palestine movement. Well, I believe, like, my understanding, she's like friends. It's part of Rashida Tlaib's like constituency, and they were actually friends that had organized together. So I think people were trying to make that link, like, oh, this is Rashida Tlaib's fault for talking about Israel and talking about apartheid and Palestine and stuff. But like, she was an ally in this movement. It's really sad. It's really sad and tragic. Yeah, and Old Dutch, like what you're saying, a friend has been apolitical as long as I've known them, randomly sent me the Finkelstein Waterloo clip and it was a glimmer of hope. I think there's really something to be said for the way Finkelstein refuses to play this game. Refuses to play this respectability game. And that really speaks to people. It really cuts through the noise. People get so confused by all the accusations and all this kind of idea of the weaponization of these like really toxic issues, weaponization of anti-Semitism and weaponization of the Holocaust in order to justify ethnic cleansing and mass murder, apartheid and all that stuff. People are so confused by the way that that's been like held, and people are always walking on eggshells trying to like talk about it, and you see Finkelstein just cuts right through that, just completely cuts through it, and I think it really like speaks to people. Like, you have guys like this. I think this is like one of these like ostensibly liberal kind of like filmmaker guys. This is the ultimate irony of this kind of like statement that someone like Josh Fox is talking about. Yeah, he's done a bunch of important like environmental stuff. He says, "From the river to the sea" is an explicitly genocidal slogan. It calls for the complete destruction of Israel and the killing of all Jews, not just in Israel. If you're posting this, we're not friends. If you are posting this, you are calling for my murder. Like, that is absolute nonsense. The idea, the destruction of Israel and the killing of all Jews, not just in Israel. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Number one, that's not even true, first of all. It's specifically about Palestine. Second of all, the current Israeli government, led by Netanyahu and the extremists that are in charge of the Israeli government, they believe in this from the river to the sea. They think that that Israel should be, that there's no two-state solution. They think Israel should be one state, Israel, that they control, and that's completely cleansed of Palestinians. Like, that's what they believe currently. Yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. And that's what I mean. Like, we tie it back to the Norman Finkelstein comments. It's just like, rather than seeing a comment like that and being like, oh, okay, I didn't realize it was so offensive. I guess we won't say that. And now we're going to start policing everyone in our protest movement or anyone in our Palestinian human rights movement. Hey, can we not say that? Is making people like, no, I'm not going to play that game. I am not going to play that game anymore. Like we take cues from Norman Finkelstein on there. It's pointless. It's completely pointless to try and play this respectability game. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the Ontario NDP. I'm just getting going here. I'm just getting going. Yeah, they would tell you they have no official borders. They would tell you all of Jordan and Lebanon is Israel. Yeah, I mean, that's the amazing thing is these folks talk about like greater Israel. They're not shy about this. It's not like a conspiracy theory. They openly talk about how they not only view Israel as being one state, but yeah, big parts of Lebanon and Jordan and Syria as well. But we can't say one from the river to the sea because it's calling for this like mass murder of Jews, which is not. It's just not true. It is not true. I just got to eat this before I go on here. Been just getting right into the discourse lately. That's what the feverish white fantasy about land back here is too, for sure. Like, once they're in the position that I'm in now, they're going to do genocide, just like I'm doing genocide, right? That's what it comes down to. We can't give the land back, not in Israel and not in Canada, because then they're going to do to us what we did to them, which really says more about you than it says about anyone else, you know? It says way more about you. Always projection. Sorry. It is an admission of guilt. Absolutely. Like if you're like a settler in Israel or anywhere else, and you're like, I'm so racist and genocidal that like I'm worried about what might happen if the people that I've been trying to ethnically cleanse and disenfranchise and keep in a cage, if I'm so worried about they might do to me because what I've done to them, maybe you should just leave. Maybe that's a good sign that you shouldn't be there, and it won't be a good idea for you to stay in that situation if you're that worried about it. I like how the Irish people are standing for Palestine. Well, what we're seeing is we're really seeing a global mass movement right now of people standing with Colin. And in all these, it shows the way all these struggles against colonialism are linked. That's why oppressed and colonized people stand for Palestine, or people that are against colonialism. I'll get to your comment in just a second, Old Dutch. Let me just choke this down here. One moment. Almost finished. One sec, sorry. I can't help but get hungry when Rob is eating because I know it's something tasty. This was quite tasty. I'm a little low on groceries. Don't have a ton to work with at the moment. I'm gonna go. I should have gone today probably and didn't. Yeah, that was just a croissant with some 3 different kinds of salami. I got one of those like salami, those packs from the grocery store that has a couple different kinds. Some Havarti. Threw that in the air fryer for like 3 minutes. Added some spicy pickled eggplant. Some mustard. Very good. Very, very good. Are you making fun of how I say croissant? John, what do you say? Do you say, hey, give me one of those croissants? Give me one of those croissants. Say bagel. I would say bagel. Un bagel. No, I don't say that. Yeah, Giovanni's, and this is something that we need to keep our eyes on. I've been curious about this. A more thorough investigation, some more concrete details about it, because we've seen a lot of lies, a lot of things have been debunked, a lot of things have been held up with and not really substantiated, and everything from October 7th has been used to delegitimize everything about the Palestinian struggle. So I really do think it's worth continuing to think about that. You know, all the people that are like, "Oh, you can't have a picture of a Palestinian guy on a paraglider now." No, you can't have that. You can't celebrate the Gaza prison fence being bulldozed down. You can't celebrate any of this now. No, you can't talk about. And frankly, I'm impressed and surprised and happy that people have refused to be browbeaten with this. You know, there's been this explicit effort to tie every pro-Palestine protest to like supporting Hamas or supporting violence, and people haven't let that stop them. You know, some people have, but I think overall you're seeing this huge mass movement starting. People have refused to allow our media and our political class to stop them from standing for Palestine in this moment. You know, I think that's really impressive. And to go back to Old Dutch's comment from a few moments ago, said the march here on Saturday was amazing and that was the best I've felt in a long time. Then I spent the rest of the weekend having a small panic attack about getting doxxed and losing my job. Love this free democratic state. Yeah, that's wonderful, isn't it? No, but I agree, Old Dutch. I went to the march here in Montreal yesterday. There's a channel I occasionally go into called Agenda Free TV on Twitch. Most of the chat is just bloodthirsty monsters. It's really depressing. I saw, Jules, this comment of this. I don't know who it was. We can actually look at it in a little bit. It's like this podcast of these like liberal white women who are talking about this, and they're full on like talking about like Western civilization and how we need to defend it. There's been this crazy moment where these like polite liberals who are so against fascism and so against the kind of like the far right and so against Trump, and they immediately sound like Nazis as soon as the there's one small challenge to Western hegemony. They start talking about the barbarian hordes and Western civilization and this kind of stuff. It's extremely illuminating how close these ideologies are. Even though if you ask them a few months ago, they'd probably think that they couldn't have more, or they couldn't have less in common rather than like with one of these far right guys. But immediately, as soon as this stuff happens, it's like they all start sounding like Rhodesians. Anyway, I did go to the march here in Montreal yesterday. I don't get out to this kind of stuff very often. And I always have a sense of regret about that. I'm really not an activist at all. I have like strong political beliefs. I like to talk about this stuff, but I'm really not an activist or an organizer or anything like that. I always feel regret. I regretted not being out for some of the BLM stuff, like those protests. The George Floyd protests. It was the beginning of the pandemic. I'm always parenting and I'm always with my kid and, I couldn't do it. I grift her up. Well, at least I'm open and honest about this. That's one thing I will say is that I never pretend to be anything that I'm not. I've been thinking especially about, 20 years ago. 20 years ago in 2003, I was here in Montreal and in the run up to the Iraq War. And I remember really being like, I feel like I should be there. There was big protests here and around the world. And I really thought like I should be there. And did those protests do anything to stop the war? Of course not. Nope. No, they didn't. But I think sometimes it's just important to like no, I know you're just messing around, Dakadoon. But I think it's important to like be there for these moments, be part of this movement. I've always felt this regret that I wasn't really part of the anti-war movement in 2003, even though in terms of my beliefs, I was against the war. Online activism is still activism. You do a lot of good work with that. Don't sell yourself short. Well, I really appreciate that, Ground Level News. And I'll actually share an anecdote with you about yesterday. Because I did go out yesterday. It was very cold and rainy yesterday, but thousands of people showed up in Montreal for Palestine yesterday. And it was really inspiring. You watch the nonstop like consent manufacturing on the media. You look around and see people that that are sucked into it and people expressing these kind of views that you find abhorrent. You feel alone. You feel isolated. You feel alienated. And you go and all of a sudden you're around thousands of people that believe the same thing, and it's inspiring and it's exciting. Since the BLM protests, I think protesting en masse is more effective than I thought previously. I go back and forth about this. Barbie Agitprop, I don't even know what to refer to you as. I've talked a lot about before how like those BLM protests didn't really lead to any reform whatsoever. The largest like mass protest movement in modern American history, which resulted in, it was months and months and months of this sustained protest, and it resulted in police getting more money and killing more people than previously. So I feel in a way that it is futile. I think the whole idea of our ability to collectively protest or to engage in that kind of activity, I think it's almost kind of like a mirage that allows us to think that we live in a freer society than we actually do. We can go out and say a lot of things. We can say things on social media. We technically have free speech, although we're seeing the limit to that right now because, there's a lot of people that are exercising their free speech and they're losing their jobs and they're losing their careers right now. And I think this is a good way of looking at it. For absolutely. I don't think it changes the system, but it does seem to have a big social effect, which isn't nothing. I think that's part of it. It really does it speaks to people on an individual level. And even if people realize that they live in less of a democracy than they previously thought that they did, maybe that's a good thing for them to realize, Like maybe it's all building to some kind of a breaking point, right? Where the more people that are involved in these social movements, the message spreads, they see the reaction of the police, they see the reaction of the state, they see the way that these liberal parties like the Liberals or the NDP or the Democratic Party absorb all this energy for these social movements and dissipates it and purposely like destroys it. I think it's good that more and more people realize that. And anyway, just on a personal level, of just having of like being in the streets and being with people and feeling this sense of solidarity, it's cathartic, and I think it's good to do, especially when we're inundated by this nonstop stream of propaganda. So it actually is very helpful. I'm showing friends and family stuff they've never seen before, and people are messaging me all the time in the DMs with support. It's good to know, and the positive interactions outweigh the negative by a lot. And Old Dutch, like what we're seeing right now, especially, is the propaganda is falling flat. It's falling flat. People are not buying it. It's actually really incredible. You see the polling about funding Israel and supporting what they're doing right now, and it's in the fucking toilet. You know, no one is buying this. No one is buying this narrative. Everyone around the world, in our society, in the empire and outside the empire, are seeing the Trudeaus, the Bidens, the Macrons, the Sunaks, you know, all the leaders of these like rules-based order countries. They're seeing them come together and 100% support mass murder and ethnic cleansing and genocide, and everyone around the world is seeing this discrepancy. Everyone around the world is seeing this contradiction. So soon after Ukraine has a big effect, absolutely. And it's like when people are lied to over and over and over, they start to just assume that they're being lied to at all times. So there is something happening right now that's really important. There's a shift that's happening. We can feel it, right? Can you feel it? Can you feel this shift happening? Israelists use AI images to manufacture propaganda. I have some of those saved to look at as well. That's amazing too. Like where there's no movement. There's no pro-Israel movement. I've seen a few like non-AI images of like pro-Israel rallies, which are like almost entirely white, by the way. Like you can see like the discrepancy just in who shows up to these interviews. There's no pro-Israel movement because they're all already elected officials. Yeah. And some people say like, well, people are afraid to go show support for Israel. They feel bad and they don't want to do it. They feel ashamed. It's like, well, they should feel ashamed and uncomfortable. So maybe that's an okay thing. When heads of state pledge support for Israel, do you think they're just pandering to donors, or is it ideological? I think it's both. I think that when you look at politics, like some people are just cynical and nihilistic and believe in nothing except like what their party or what their bosses tell them to believe. I think for some people it's ideological. Like for that guy, was it Richie Torres in the Bronx? I think it's ideological for him. This motherfucker just loves Israel. He talks about Israel more than he talks about what's happening in his own community. Anyway, I thought it was fantastic to go to this protest yesterday. I really encourage people, if you can, to get out, to go to one. Thousands of people. It was freezing cold and rainy.
Solidarité avec la Palestine. Solidarité avec la Palestine. Solidarité avec la Palestine.
You know, this is a mass movement. It's actually really encouraging and really exciting. This is a global mass movement, and the people are with Palestine. No one is falling for this bullshit anymore. Richie posted a McCarthyite smear against Jewish orgs, got piled on, and had to delete it. Yeah, he's just been in rare form. It's actually very alarming how people like that are just leading right into this kind of Red Scare stuff immediately. I like socialism. I'm a big fan as well. I'm a big fan of that also. Big socialism fan. Anyway, someone mentioned, like, I talked about how, like, sometimes I feel like what I do is futile. I'm not an activist. Sometimes I'm like, what am I really doing? Like, am I contributing to anything? Am I accomplishing anything? I don't know. Doing this kind of commentary. And I'll tell you something that happened yesterday and I swear I'm not making this up. I swear that this is a real thing that happened. And in fact, from this community, Sam, aka Fonzonzons, who I went to this protest with, can back me up on this. This actually happened, and I was very taken aback. But we were at this protest with like thousands of people, and this like young woman came up to me and was like, "Are you Rob? Are you Rob Rousseau?" And I was like, "Yes." Like, yeah, it's a crowd of thousands of people. And she was like, "Oh, I just wanted to say thank you because I've been listening to what you've been saying about this, and you were the first person to ever like make it click for me that like what is happening in Israel is like that Israel is a settler colony, that they're doing settler colonialism, and that's why Canada supports Israel." So I just wanted to say thank you for that, you know? And I was just like, I was so taken aback because that kind of thing never really happens. Although weirdly enough, I've been recognized twice in the last week, because now I'm starting to spend more time with like left-wing people, I guess. So more people are familiar with like the work that I do and who I am. And then everyone clapped. It sounds made up, but I promise that it is not. But anyway, I was really kind of like taken aback, and I was really happy to hear that, you know. Like I said, sometimes it's very disillusioning doing this kind of stuff and not knowing whether it has an impact. The triangle is growing. I don't think it was a viewer of this show. I think it was a listener of the Insurgents podcast. But you know, and this, am I doing anything? I still don't know. I'm not sure. But like, I guess one thing that I can take away from the work that I'm doing, next you'll be known as a himbo. I'm already known as a himbo, actually. I'm already known as a himbo. Anyway, your mustache and glasses look very communist. Yeah, well, I'm going for the Parenti look. My wife thinks you're dreamy. Thank you, Risk Inverse. The world needs himbos. Well, that's right. I'm like Barbie. I'm doing the same thing that you're doing, right? I'm doing from the himbo perspective. Anyway, like, you know, I won't say a hero, because what's a hero? It's not one of those things, but it's, you know, if there's even one person that the commentary or whatever the fuck it is that I do has like meant something to them, that's allowed them to like
This is some guy, Rob Russo,
path.
some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hello, Lucid. Hello, Lucid. Thanks for the raid. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Lucid. Welcome in, Raiders. What is up? It's me. It's Rob. Hello. Smash the follow button for the few of you that are not already following the channel. I know Lucid has explicitly commanded all his followers to follow me as well. So I'm sure there's none of you that have failed to do that, but it's me. It's Rob. Anyway, this is on for my own, to make that point about my own personal experience. It's rewarding for me to hear from anybody that I've had some kind of an impact on how they think about this issue or other issues. So that is one thing that, like, you know, I find really, really rewarding about doing this kind of stuff. And maybe it's only a handful of people. You know, I'm pretty sure there's some people in this community that have started thinking about certain things maybe a little bit differently since they started coming here. And like, that's something for me to kind of hold on to. You know, so I was really surprised and taken aback by that interaction. But I was pretty happy to hear about that. What is, so you said, I think we have a comic issue, to be honest. What do you mean by that, Lodine? I don't totally get it. Your raid alert, the raid alert is Owen Schroyer of InfoWars. Owen Schroyer, who unfortunately is having some legal trouble.
Have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Clobocop, thank you for the gifted sub. Unfortunately, Owen's having some legal trouble now related to the January 6th Capitol incident. Friend of the show, Owen Schroyer, which I don't support. I don't even think Owen actually went into the building. I would need to look at the info of the case again. I don't like Owen. I think he's a pretty rotten guy with some really bad ideas. He didn't actually go into the Capitol. I felt like it was a little unjust. I would need to look into the details of the case. I'm not sure why he ended up getting charged. I stand with Owen Schroyer, unfortunately, on this one. In many ways, it's impossible to know our impact. I'm sure Marx had hoped his work would make an impact, but I think even he would be surprised. Yeah, I guess maybe sometimes even you don't even notice until for years or decades later after you're gone, too. Oh, okay, I hear what you're saying, Lodane. The in-crowd and upperclassmen love us, but we're a well-kept secret from the people closer to being normies. Well, working on getting there. And it was encouraging to hear from someone, just like in a big crowd like that, to hear from someone that was familiar with the work that I do and that had been impacted by it somehow. I'd be worried some right-wing weirdo recognized me if I were you. I mean, I think that would be a possibility, like if you were on the street, just like a random person came up to you. But I think the likelihood of that happening at a Palestine rally is probably like not quite so much. Won't condemn Owen Schroyer. Yeah, that was it was really something else. And like I said, it was the second time that had happened to me this week. I went to like a media mixer on Wednesday, and someone else had asked, I got another, "Are you Rob Rousseau?" comment. It's weird. It's not something that I'm used to at all. Known Schroyer sympathizer. I would need to look into the details of his case. I would need to look into the details of Owen's case. Rob's on it. Don't hang in there, buddy. I don't even know if he's doing time. I just think he has some minor legal consequences. Are you famous X poster? Bobby Roos. That would be disconcerting if someone were to say that to me. Maybe you have a stalker. See, now you're taking this nice positive thing that happened and you're turning it into this scary thing. Let me have this, okay? Please. At what age will you start going by Bob? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I got another good decade like this. I think maybe sometime in my 50s I might make the switch. Maybe when I turn 30, yeah, for sure, you know. It's hard for me to think of like myself now as a 28-year-old being known as Bob, but maybe when I'm ancient like that, when I turn 30 and I'm just like this ancient old person, then I'll think about it. You can also take on Bobbert. That I don't know about. That I don't know if I'm going to be doing. $50 to $60 seems reasonable. Then you have to become like an Uncle Bob. Like, I'm Bob. Oh, I'm your neighbor, Bob. You know? Rob Rousseau is such a cool name. It sounds like a sports announcer. I've always like, can you French? Yeah, I can speak French. Not super well. I wouldn't say I'm fluent, but I speak French all right. There goes Bob weed whacking at 7 in the morning. You got those like I wear short shorts now, but they're cool ones. When you start wearing the short shorts that are like khaki, the khaki short shorts that are like baggy but also short shorts at the same time, and the socks, the black socks, pulled up like all the way down, like just below the knee. You know, nice visor for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I always feel kind of weird about my name, like Robert Rousseau. It's like my parents intentionally gave me this very like this philosopher ass name. A Montreal man not speaking French, say it ain't so, but I do speak French. I'm not like unilingual. I do speak French. I'm an Anglophone. I grew up in Ontario, Canada. Those are compression socks. That with your circulation. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Anyway, go to a protest. If there's one going on in your community, it really helps to have someone to go with. I was happy that our friend Sam contacted me to go. You know, maybe I wouldn't have gone if I was just by myself, but you should go. You know, like I said, this is a global mass movement, and it feels good to be a part of. You know, everything's been so alienating. We have been just inundated with so much propaganda. We see our friends and family members kind of like using this kind of like genocidal language. It really makes you feel so alone and isolated. And you go out and you're in the streets with thousands of people and you realize that you're not alone. You realize that you're not wrong to think these things. You know, it's they who are wrong. It's not us. You realize that the people are with this movement. The people are with Palestine, not just in Montreal, not just in Toronto, not just in New York, not just in wherever your community is, but around the world. Around the world, people are rising up to stand with Palestine in this moment. Why should we change? They're the ones who suck. That's right. There was one chant that I found nice too. There's a bunch of good chants, but the one was Gaza, Gaza, don't you cry, we will never let you die. I liked that. That kind of like spoke to me, you know? As much as people are there going through this like hellish time, there's something, you know, you feel so powerless, but like you're not powerless when you can go out in the streets with other people and you're sending this message. You're sending a message through your actions to these people that are undergoing this like horrific situation and letting them know that they're not alone, you know? We're with Palestine, we're with the people of Gaza. And of course, the story of the NYT goes with his pro-Hamas jihad chants heard during protests. I know. I mean, it's just, that's what I mean. Like when I talked about it originally, talking about Finkelstein or whatever, this whole thing from the river to the sea, just not engaging with this anymore, not playing this game of like trying to be respectable and not falling for this bullshit every time. Like, oh, you can't do that chant. You can't show that image. You can't show a parasailer. You can't say this. You can't say that. It's like, no, we don't need, we can just reject this. We can totally reject this. I was at a Jewish-led Palestinian solidarity rally, and they were chanting "From the river to the sea," which makes it really obvious that it's not an anti-Semitic slogan like a lot of Zionists like to suggest. I mean, at every single one of these protests, there's representation from these like Jewish groups and activists. I'll not be cowed by your crocodile tears. I mean, it's just with just that moment, Finkelstein, no matter how many personal consequences that he's had to go through because of his opposition to Zionism, like that moment, I think for so many people was so eye-opening. Like this is the way. This is the way forward. If this person whose family was killed in the Holocaust is not going to be moved by this kind of rhetoric, by this weaponization of like Jewish pain or weaponization of the Holocaust, then we shouldn't be. Anyway, it was really great to be at the protest. I took some more pictures. I took a couple of pictures. It was rainy, so I wasn't able to take that many pictures. People commented on this sign, though. This was pretty good. Hey, white people, there are golden retrievers in Gaza. Airstrikes warm the planet. Bombing gay people is homophobic. Gaza is out of gluten-free bread. If the people that actually happened to you aren't offended, why should I give a shit if settlers pretend they are? Yeah, and you know what? Something we're going to have to talk about today, and this has been an important and difficult subject to talk about over the last few weeks. This idea about settlers and who counts as a civilian and who doesn't. And like there are innocent people, like in any settler colony. I think there's people that are, of course, they're civilians. There's families. There's people that are going about their own business. There's people that are against the genocide of Palestinians that want equal rights for everybody in this land. I don't want to conflate like every single settler with being some legitimate target for violence. That's not something that I believe, even if we might understand like when people are victims of violence. Like we talked about throughout history, whenever we see slave uprisings or people escaping from concentration camps or rising up against their colonizers, their oppressors, you see it in the Haitian slave uprising. You see it in the Nat Turner slave uprising. You see it in Vietnam. You see it in the settlement of North America and Central and South America. That doesn't mean you need to support this kind of violence on every single person, but it's also, we do need to understand like why this violence is happening. I think when it's internationally called illegal settlements, that's when it gets to be murkier. Definitely when you're going in these illegal settlements in the West Bank or wherever that are, according to international law, are not legal. And you have a lot of settlers that are acting as kind of like as a armed like terrorism wing of the government of the Zionist project. Like that's going on as well. And I think we need to make sure we're talking about that as well. We talked earlier about, there's an article in Mondo Vice today about October 7th and how these 1,400 Israelis who died that day were killed. A growing number of reports indicate the Israeli military was responsible for some of these deaths. We need to be talking more about like the actual details of what happened. And we also need to investigate the way that some of these civilians really aren't civilians, and they are being armed. They are acting as like armed agents of the state, like self-deputized or deputized agents of the state to carry out like terroristic violence against people. People forget the IDF is a conscript army. I don't know if people forget that. I guess like for people that say like, well, it has conscription, they're forced to serve in the IDF. Like you don't have to. You can choose to go to jail rather than serve in the IDF. Like, and people do. In Israel, people do that. And like if you get conscripted into an army, if you get conscripted into a occupying army of a violent settler colonialist project, and you're there at a military base outside a concentration camp where 2 million people have been kept for now multiple generations, I don't know what to say. Like my sympathy is pretty low. I don't know if that's insensitive. I hope not. Again, I am trying to draw a distinction between people that are legitimate, you can legitimately describe as being civilians, non-combatants that have nothing to do with this, or very little to do with it. If you're in the IDF at a military base outside a concentration camp, I don't know. Like that's, according to international law, you're a legitimate target at that point. So if we're going to pretend to care about international law, that's what international law says about it. And I've heard people make the distinction as well, but were they on duty? Were they not on duty? You know, if you're in the IDF, but you're not on duty, like, are you a civilian then? I don't know. Would we say that about Nazis? Nazi concentration camp guards? When you go home at the end of the day, you're not on duty anymore, or you're retired? You know, I don't know. Gotta say, despite all the terrorism framing, my lib, previously pro-Israel sister went out to a solidarity rally because of how heinous the bombing campaign has been. Well, and this is what it comes back to what we were saying earlier, right, St. Louis? These contradictions are really being heightened, right? The propaganda is not connecting with people. People see, like, you can't make the case to people that, like, killing civilians is wrong. And there's under no circumstances can you ever justify that? Can you ever say that it's okay? It's wrong. And as a result of the civilians that have been killed, we are going to kill 10 times as many civilians, including like literally thousands of kids. Like, this is a mutually exclusive position. Like, these are two mutually exclusive beliefs. If you think that civilians are this like this sacred group of people that can never be harmed in any of these conflicts, which it should be a non-controversial position, you can't say, I'm so offended and disgusted by civilians being died that we must kill thousands and thousands of people, including kids. Like, that is nonsensical. And I think people are waking up to this, like how ridiculous that is. It's a ridiculous thing to do. We're so horrified by these attacks on civilians that we're going to kill thousands of children. Have you seen pictures of Gaza lately? Gaza looks like it's been hit by a nuclear bomb. It's genuinely shocking. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to be desensitized to like the level of violence that I've been seeing. Every time I pick up my phone and scroll Twitter, I see nonstop images of traumatized kids, dead bodies, kids and other people being pulled out of rubble. It's just this nonstop horror show. And you look at images of Gaza, it looks like Hiroshima. It looks like it's been hit by a nuclear weapon. And like that, even people that are willing to listen to the narrative, that are watching CNN or whatever other mainstream news outlet, people can see that. Like, they see the discrepancy, the moral army. Oh, we're trying to avoid civilian casualties. How do you avoid civilian casualties when you level an entire block of a city, with densely packed city, with how, like, you level an apartment block or many apartment blocks? Like, people are waking up to this. That does not make sense to people, to most people. No, it's not natural, old Dutch. I mean, you know, the other day when I can't even remember what day it was when we first started talking about this, I had to leave because I was just like crying and I couldn't stop crying. And I didn't know if I was going to be able to continue to come back and even talk about this stuff. Like, it's not, we are going to be all traumatized by it. Obviously, we don't need to pretend that we're victims in Canada or wherever else, because we're just like looking at images of things that actual human beings are having to experience right now. But it's not natural to be looking at this constantly. Even Joe Rogan is aghast. Well, and, like, I'm not a big Joe Rogan defender. Rogan has at least he's had Abby Martin on his show, on the Joe Rogan podcast, which probably did way more than almost any mainstream media outlet could do to, like, get that message about what Israel is about to a bit large number of people. The same people saying that Hamas is using human shields were crying about Russia hitting Ukrainian apartment buildings that were army headquarters. I mean, it should really frame, like, all of these people that are obsessed with Putin and Russia, how completely full of shit they are. They don't care about, people being bombed. They don't care about the violence, really, because it's when their guys doing it, then they think it's good and they support it. So they're soaked Dems to the right of Joe Rogan. That's right. Yeah, that's good, isn't it? That's very good. Abby is one of the coolest people I've had the privilege of meeting. I would really love to be able to meet her in person at one point. I don't know if I consider her a friend. We've talked a couple times, but I am proud to be vague colleagues with Abby. Rogan has very rare moments of clarity, but he does occasionally use his brain. Well, the problem with him is that, like, he'll have someone like Abby, and then 2 episodes later he'll come on saying he'll bring on someone saying the exact opposite, and instead of being like, last week someone told me this, man, that doesn't make sense, he'll be like, oh yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, he'll have Ben Shapiro on and be like, wow, we need to protect Israel. So that's the limit of what you can expect from Rogan. You're David Pac-Man. Fucking David Pac-Man. Look at an embarrassment. What an absolute embarrassment David Pac-Man is. Out there, when there's mass murder and ethnic cleansing happening that the Democratic Party supports, David Pac-Man's out there repeating IDF propaganda and policing people's speech for not saying anything nice about Hamas. That's what David Pac-Man is taking this time to do. Taking this historic moment. I look at my own kids differently now, mostly feelings of gratefulness, but also guilt. It's only out of sheer luck whether you're born in Canada or Palestine. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, that's one thing I've been trying to say to my son lately. I don't want to talk to him too much about the details of things that are going on. He's only 7 years old, but trying to make him understand that. There's nothing special about us. But there's people that are around the world that, through no fault of their own, are living in wars, being bombed, don't have enough to eat, don't have enough to drink. And that way that's not fair. It's not fair. I'm trying to teach them that America is not good, but not push it too hard. Yeah, it's like you have to find that balance. Justin Potter is saying this in the East is a podcast most recent episode. I should have Justin back on. I really have appreciated his commentary about this. Yeah, the Matt Chrisman clip was really good about that. But to go back to, like, what we're seeing, like, this is what's not landing with people when they're talking about the most moral army. They're talking about targeted strikes, like fucking Sarah Silverman saying they only go after military targets. What? Why are they bombing these what's going on? Why are they bombing these residential neighborhoods? Couldn't they not do that? Look at Gaza right now. Like, it's genuinely shocking.
Amortaz, and I will show you the massive destruction that happened to the Zahra city in the middle of the Strip. More than 14 residential towers got destroyed by the Israeli airstrikes. Imagine how many people have been homeless and lost their places. Like Gaza need a new...
Look at that.
Nakba.
Like how many, that was a neighborhood. How many people lived in that neighborhood? How many people lived in those apartment blocks? Like, it's absolutely insane. This is what we're doing. This is the most moral army, and all our leaders, Justin Trudeau, Joe Biden, they all fully support this. They're fully supporting this. 100%. They just met again this weekend to confirm their full support of this. And this is why this is not landing. These are the people that talk to us, that lecture us about human rights and democracy and international law. And the rules-based international order, like the rules-based international order is dead. It will not recover from this. The West, the West will not recover from this. This is a pivotal moment. As horrifying as this moment is, it's a pivotal historical moment. I really believe that we're living through right now. There is a fundamental shift that's going on right now, and the whole rules-based order, the West have signed their own death warrants through this.
To talk you through all
metaphorically.
this.
It is horrifying. Hello, Really Chill Guy. Thanks for 35 months of Tier 1. Really Chill Guy, very close to the 3-year badge, the Pearl badge. I appreciate that. All the support. But yeah, and they just met. Like they met. Even after, like there's time. There has been an opportunity for people in this rules-based order to take a step back from here. And look at that, they're still all in. They are still totally all in. Including the fucking crypto-fascist, like Mussolini acolyte. To really spell it out. To really fucking spell it out, this rules-based order and what our so-called values are. Did you see Gustavo Petro's post about this historical juncture? No, I did not. The rules cringe order. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I just wanted to say to any Muslims in the West and to any sane, decent human being in the West who supports Palestine and who supports the Palestinian cause, don't let them try to get you on the back foot. You need to put them on the back foot. You know, they're trying to ban pro-Palestinian protests, pro-Palestinian demonstrations, and any public expressions of support for the Palestinians. They're trying to box you in. They're trying to put you in a corner. They're trying to intimidate you and bully you into accepting their disgraceful narrative, their shameless and really demonic endorsement of genocide in Gaza. They want to vanish the Palestinian cause from public discourse. They want to erase Palestine from the intellectual, cultural, political discourse. They want to expel Palestinians even from the territory of discussion, just as they want to expel Palestinians from their geographic territory. You cannot allow this to happen. Look, the entirety of the global South supports Palestine. And that's most of the people on the earth. The overwhelming majority of people on this planet support the Palestinians. So don't let them make you believe that you're some sort of fringe minority because you support the Palestinian cause.
And even if you're not, like you said, the global South supports Palestine, which is true, obviously, but like that's why I think it's important to get out to one of these protests right now. And again, I'm not lecturing anybody about this. I am not Mr. Activist or Mr. Organizer, and I have never claimed to be. But I do think it's really important to get out there because you'll see that even in our own society, as alienated as we can feel, being inundated with all the propaganda, even in our own society, you'll see that we're not the minority. We'll see that even in the West, even in the empire, the people are with Palestine. Israel's government is an effective propaganda producer. And yet, like historically, that has been true. But I think that's the amazing thing about this moment is that there is a shift that's happening and it's not working. It is not working. This connection between Palestine and Hamas, this like moral army, we always strive to protect civilians. All the constant lies are falling flat. They're falling flat. Like people are not buying it. Like look at the polling. Look at the polling for people in America that a majority of Americans right now are saying, no, we should not be funding Israel. No, we should not be helping them do this. Like that has never happened in our lifetimes. Why is all the propaganda so lazy? It's disrespectful. I think that's part of it is that they're so used to everything that they say working. Every single lie gets repeated verbatim by the media, gets repeated verbatim by politicians, and then people just lap it up. But it's not working anymore. It is not working. It was always this lazy. I mean, it was always lazy. I do think it's gotten even worse. Like they're barely even trying. Yeah, the video of the settler from 2021 in Sheikh Jarrah was really a tide turner for sure. Like you don't need to have some kind of like Hamas propaganda to talk about Zionism or the evil of settler colonialism. You just have one of those own fucking losers from Brooklyn himself. And they'll spell it out for you. All you need to do is listen to what these people are saying themselves. And it really makes it clear for everybody. I just linked the video in the chat. But that I think is a really big shift that's happening that we shouldn't take for granted. I think that's the kind of main thing that I'm thinking about right now. There's a shift. There is a global shift happening. There's a global mass movement that's starting within the empire and outside the empire of people rejecting this notion. People standing with Palestine, even when, like we talked about, even when it's difficult. Like they really thought that they would be able to take this October 7th stuff and completely destroy whatever Palestinian solidarity movement by accusing people of supporting terrorism, accusing people of supporting Hamas, whatever, accusing all the same things, accusing people of this and that. And it's not working. People are showing up by the thousands around the world, in the empire and outside the empire, are showing up by the thousands to support Palestine. And it's just going to continue. Yeah, the multipolar world is here and they're not up with the West shit anymore. I mean, Ukraine was part of it. You saw a big split happening with the Ukraine thing. You saw people, like he's saying, the vast majority of people in the world, in the global South, recognize correctly the obvious, what we know to be the obvious truth, but which a lot of people in our society don't seem to recognize, that NATO started that war, that NATO provoked that war. Or at the very least, that NATO is like equally responsible. At the very least. And now Westerners are getting it too. Well, like, that's what I mean, Brian. Like, you can't look at this footage of what's happening in Gaza right now and hear the bullshit about Israel. We're just like a small, innocent, small bean country just defending ourselves from these savages. And look at the mass destruction and mass death. And like, that's breaking, like, people are not accepting that. And they shouldn't accept it. A settler colony losing against indigenous people must be terrifying to imperialists. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, that's what I think the subject of this video is. And like, we can talk about this guy as like a conservative Muslim. I think he's got some problematic views that I don't agree with, but incredibly insightful viewpoint when it comes to Mideast issues. He does a commentary for this Middle Nation YouTube page. And that's what I mean. The rules-based order is dead. It's finished. whatever legitimacy that our empire used to have, the rules-based order, the Anglo-American Empire, whatever you want to call it, it's finished. No one buys it anymore. Everyone around the world is rejecting this now. Oh man, Melema is going off as well. Oh boy, there's a shift happening, folks. It's honestly it's as horrifying as this moment is, and it is horrifying. But there's something really historically significant happening right now, and I think we should be really aware of that. This shift that's happening, like it's happening right now, in real time, and it honestly, it feels inspiring to be a part of it.
You represent the position of most of the people in the world. This issue, the Palestinian issue, and the degenerate brutality of Israel, and the support of the United States government and all of the Western governments for the wanton killing of civilians, men, women, children, babies, the elderly, in Gaza, the bombing of hospitals, the bombing of churches. This has divided the world. I'm not being hyperbolic about this. This has divided the world between the truly civilized and the truly savage. And everyone can see it. Everyone in the world can see it. There's the old colonialist, imperialist, racist, lying, belligerent, and bloodthirsty Western power structure that has never changed, that has never evolved. It's never civilized. And then there are the people who are actually decent and who actually have some sense of morality, people who sincerely believe in civilized human values. And the former is trying to oppress the latter by every which way they can. So you need to go on the offensive. You need to be proactive. You need to rally. You need to march. You need to protest and demonstrate as much as you can. Whenever there's a protest or a demonstration,
no more apologizing for your beliefs on this. No more equivocating.
Even if they tell you you can't, especially if they tell you you can't. You need to, make a stamp and stand.
We're on the right
Palestine
side of history.
On every single dollar bill you have, every single euro, every single British pound, for anyone who still uses cash. And if you work as a cashier in a shop, then stamp every bill in your drawer. Nothing circulates more than money. Nothing circulates faster than money. So circulate this message. Every time money is exchanged, let the words "Free Palestine" be exchanged between people. Don't just think about boycotting this or that company, going to the BDS website or something like that, but go to any company that you patronize, any shop, any store, any mall, any place where you are a regular customer, and ask that mall, ask that shop, ask that company to take a public stance in support of Palestine, and then proceed depending upon their response. Determine what you're going to do according to their response. You need to send a message to business that being pro-Palestine, being anti-genocide, is a good business decision, and that going along with war crimes is bad for business. For Muslims in America, for Muslims in the West, you need to make the Palestinian flag equivalent to a halal logo, so that any business that wants your patronage needs to put that flag up in their window. And yes, write to your political representatives, write to your senators, write to your congresspeople, write to your members of parliament. But not only to them. You need to dig a little bit, do a little bit of research, and find out who funded their campaigns, who lobbies them, who are their friends in the private sector, and write to them too. And tell the politicians that you're going to write to their funders. Tell them that you're going to write to their donors. You're going to write to their friends. Flood the comment section of every pro-genocide post, every pro-genocide video, every tweet, every news article. Flood the comment section with pro-Palestinian, pro-humanity comments. Write to your newspaper. Write to your local television affiliates. Approach businesses in your city, in your town, in your locality, and ask them, what are they doing to support the Palestinians? Put them on the back foot. Call into radio talk shows. Patch into live stream.
You see the CBC about Canada's stance on the hospital. Well, that's the amazing thing is like the American intelligence apparatus and said, "Oh no, it actually wasn't Israel." And so did the Canadian intelligence community. They won't give us the details about how they came to this determination, but they've looked into it and they've determined that it was actually not Israel who was responsible. So now that's being used as like, well, that's what they said. So why are our politicians still not accepting that? Like, why is there so any question? You know, it's totally preposterous. Ask your local progressive party why they're ousting members and protesters for being anti-genocide. Honestly, like, if you're in Ontario right now, I think it would be worth it to contact the Ontario NDP and fucking yell at them for their bullshit position on this and for not standing with Sarah Jama for saying correct things about this, taking a very brave and morally correct stance that she's now being censored for, and her own party is leaving her out to dry. I think if you're in Ontario, call the Ontario NDP. Call them up and say, what are you doing? I don't think we're probably not doing that enough. I think sometimes we just assume that these parties are bad and we just don't want to engage with it. And like, maybe that's true and we shouldn't engage, but like, it actually does matter when you call them and say these things. Does that mean she's being booted from the party? Yeah, she's being removed from the caucus. We can take a look at it after. One of the only
you can count
members
on
of the
You're gonna
NDP.
have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Diego, thanks for the gifted sub. One of the only members of the NDP that took an actual brave stance on this. And there's people in the NDP that are calling for a ceasefire, that are talking about Gaza, but of course they preface everything with like condemning the terrorism and condemning Hamas and releasing the hostages and all this stuff. But of course we don't support this though. Sarah Jama was the only person in this fucking country that didn't play this game and refused to play this game and was 100% correct. And to link the struggles of the Palestinians with settler colonialism. This shouldn't be that hard. If you're on the left, you can't talk about Israel and talk about what's happening in Palestine and link that with settler colonialism and talk about that being the source of the violence. This is like day one leftist shit, or it should be. NDP should stand with Palestinians, even from a cynical political standpoint. It would make them stand out enough to support. I mean, that's the absurd thing about it. How people have had to like break their fucking backs trying to get the NDP to actually take a stance on any of this stuff, not just now, but for the last couple of years. You know, they won't even support BDS. You can't even get the NDP to endorse BDS. My congresswoman is an election denier and anti-vax, so I don't know if I'm waiting on hold for her. And that's fair, you know? Maybe I should probably call I live in a prominent liberal riding. I don't know if my phone call will be like that useful. I should probably call my fucking MP's office though and being like, why are you supporting genocide? This is ridiculous. They won't do anything. They're not going to stop. If you're in Ontario, though, I do think it would actually be worthwhile to call the Ontario NDP today and say, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Merritt Stiles hung her out to dry, then came back the next week, and public opinion was turning and basically said the same thing Sarah Jama said, and now they're still leaving her out to dry. Absolutely pathetic. Pathetic political party. Sickening. Cowards. If you're in Ontario, call them and yell at the Ontario NDP today.
Organize, even if it's just with your family and friends, to literally work in shifts doing this kind of thing. Because look, Joe Biden was right. The world is at an inflection point.
It's good to call.
The Palestinian issue is the issue.
Well, Dutch, I don't know if you have time to do that, but like, it is worthwhile because they'll put someone on. You can get someone on the phone, some comms person, and it'll feel good.
The bloody, brutal past of colonialism and ethnic cleansing and dehumanization continue into the future. Or if you're someone who actually wants the future to be different, from the miserable past that we've escaped from, or that we're trying to escape from, and who wants the future to be better, who wants the future to be an improvement on the past, who wants to rescue the future from the grip of the savage elites who want to continue to rule by violence and war and by shedding the blood of innocents. Gaza will triumph. Palestine will be free. There's no question about that. But everyone who opposes the inevitable triumph of Gaza and the freedom of Palestine, and everyone who aligns themselves with the vicious, inhuman extremists in the Israeli government, anyone who does that will be forever discredited on the world stage and humiliated and disgraced in the history books for all time to come. If you're a Westerner and you love your country at all, if you love your civilization at all, if you want your societies to come to good in any way whatsoever, then you have to do all that you can to make your governments and your leaders in the private sector stop supporting the carpet bombing of Palestinian children, stop supporting the starving of Palestinian babies, and stop supporting the state terrorism of Israel. Every bomb that Israel drops on Gaza doesn't only kill Palestinian civilians, it kills your reputation, the reputation of your society, of your civilization. It kills your credibility. It kills your standing in the world. If you
is anyone around the world gonna listen? I mean, they're already not listening, but like at this point, when we go to whatever country and start pointing our finger and finger wagging at them and talking about their human rights situation, do you think anyone around the world is going to take that seriously at this point? Do you think China, who already is not taking this seriously again, do you think when we go and make these accusations about China's human rights problem, anyone around the world is going to listen to that? Does anyone find it kind of strange that like we, the rules-based order, openly support the carpet bombing and mass murder and ethnic cleansing and displacement of Palestinian people, but then we go and accuse China of doing genocide? And we have the NDP, we talk about the NDP, joined together with the conservatives to formally accuse China of doing genocide. Is the NDP going to take a stance about genocide on Palestinians? Of course not. Of course not. Does anyone find it strange that the whole Arab world stands against Israel and with the Palestinian people, and the whole Arab world does not buy this narrative about the Uyghur genocide? Is that because they're bought and paid for by China, or because they recognize that that's bullshit? Maybe they recognize that the people that support Israel have no fucking they don't have a moral leg to stand on when they're making these accusations about their treatment of these Muslim minorities. It is a joke. Like, it's an absolute joke.
Palestinians, you save your own selves. You save your own nation. The soul of your civilization will live or die in the Gaza Strip. Jazakumullahu khairan wa assalamu alaikum.
We have
I think it's important to pay attention to that point. There's this shift going on right now. Calling what happened in Xinjiang genocide while giving full-throated support to carpet bombing children in Gaza. I mean, it is completely ridiculous. And everyone around the world recognized that it was ridiculous previously, and they recognize it even more now if they didn't before. Like, the two things couldn't be more different. Right? Because there's terrorism and extremism happening in Xinjiang. And of course, China came down very, very hard on that. And they did have a very forceful, you might even describe it as an authoritarian response to that. And they coupled that, though, with this massive investment into infrastructure, education, vocational training, instead of carpet bombing people and mass murdering them and ethnically cleansing them and displacing them, none of which happened there. None of which happened. Rather than doing that, they had this huge investment to try and lift everyone's living standards that was there. Everyone from every ethnic group. and has been very successful in that. And anyone around the world can go visit Xinjiang or like Urumqi or any of these major cities or any of these places. Anyone around the world can go right now. Can you go and take a trip to Gaza? No, you can't. Of course not. Because first of all, you can't get in the first place because it's a concentration camp. And right now it's currently being bombed into the ground. Like the absolute depravity of keeping 2 million people in this prison camp and then repeatedly dropping bombs on it from airplanes is truly one of the most depraved things that I can remember in my lifetime. Our government's being responsible for. It's truly sickening. Cutting people off, having this multi-decade long blockade, cutting it off from all like outside contact, controlling the food that gets in, controlling the water, controlling what medicine gets in, and then repeatedly just dropping bombs on these people. It is absolutely sicko behavior. Yeah, they call it mowing the lawn. Like that's how completely genocidal this language is. So, I mean, this is a subject that I think at first I was maybe a little uncomfortable talking about. And like now I'm like, the idea that we would ever take that kind of accusation seriously again is just silly to me. It's just silly. Why would we ever take these people seriously for anything that they say ever again about human rights? When this is what they believe. We are seeing their values. We're seeing their values and their commitment to human rights when you just look at images of Gaza right now. We're not going to let these people tell us about human rights or democracy ever again. Look at this. This is Beit Hanun, north of Gaza. Like, again, it looks like a nuclear weapon was used. It looks like it looks like Hiroshima. Even if this is resolved, Gazan cancer rates over the next 30 years are going to be staggering. Yeah, I mean, there's that. The whole, like, it seems like a minor detail at this point, but with the rules-based order, what we always hear about this, like, commitment to journalistic freedom of the press, is one of our fundamental beliefs in our rules-based order, our Western civilization, one of these liberal democratic values of freedom of the press. And it's interesting how, like, Shireen Abu Akleh became such a important part of that story, and I understand why that is, and it should be important, working for Al Jazeera, but just, like, the number of Palestinian journalists that have been killed in these bombing campaigns as well is just, like, staggering. People that were telling the stories, not even journalists, but, like, poets, authors, painters, people that were telling the stories of this culture and telling the stories of what's happening to them, just being wiped off the map. And we support it. Our rules-based international order 100% supports it. Oh, as long as they abide by international law. But that's not what's happening, though. That's the bullshit liberal cop-out. As long as they abide by international law. Yeah, I like to think about fantasies as well. I like to think about fairy tales as well. That's not what's going on. They're not following international law. They've never followed international law. The whole big part of the Israeli settler project is against international law. Why would they start following international law now, of all times? If anything, right now there is the flagrant abuse and ignoring of international law is, like, on the surface even more. If they ever cared about international law, they certainly don't now. And we have our politicians saying, like, oh, as long as they As long as they follow international law, they're not doing that. Yeah, it's Hamas is just hiding in all those buildings. Like, these are residential apartment buildings. Look at this. It's stunning. How many people lived in this neighborhood? These are all residential buildings. They don't even follow the rules of engagement. The code develops fucking antiquity. I mean, yeah, it's their rules of this is an army that now for the last 20 years is just used to dropping bombs on kids and shooting unarmed people. That's why they don't want to do their ground invasion, because they're going to get absolutely wrecked, especially if Hezbollah does get involved, which is already increasingly happening more and more. At this point, I won't address Hamas. I'll pivot to the much worse monster, the IDF. I mean, it's not even close, Brian. It's not even close. And that's the thing. That's the answer. When someone says, will you condemn Hamas? The answer is, I condemn the Israeli government. I think that Norman Finkelstein interview was really, really illuminating for that. When he talked about that and he made the reference to the Nat Turner slave uprising and what white abolitionists were saying about the slave uprising, I thought that was really, really valuable history to look at in that moment. You can be against violence, and you should be against violence, especially against like unarmed people, especially against kids. And if you're horrified and shocked by that kind of violence, you should be against the Israeli government, because they're the ones that are responsible for that kind of violence. I'm not going to condemn the people who have escaped from a concentration camp. I'm going to condemn the people that put them in the concentration camp in the first place. They're the ones who are responsible. Which video was that? This was from... It was from Katie Halper's show. I'll put the link to the whole interview here. I thought it was really, really valuable. No one wants violence, but Israel breeds the violence it receives. No one. Well, this is the point that I've been trying to make, right, Brian? It's like we're talking about violence against civilians or kids. You can look at Israel, Palestine. You can look at the Indian Mutiny or the other events in the British Empire. You can look at the colonization of Vietnam. You can look at Nat Turner or other slave uprisings in Haiti and other places. You can look at indigenous peoples' activities when they were being genocided and ethnically cleansed in North America or Central and South America. When civilians or women, children are caught in the crossfire of that violence, that is the violence of colonialism. It's the violence of apartheid. That's where that cycle of violence is coming from. Why do you insist on unfairly condemning the party with all the power? That's right. Both sides. Look, two things can be bad. Both sides do bad things. And yeah, here's Netanyahu. Here's what he's saying.
If Hezbollah decides to enter the war, it will miss the Second Lebanon War. It will make the mistake of its life. We will cripple it with a force it cannot even imagine.
No.
And the consequence for Hezbollah and for the state of Lebanon will be devastating.
They're scared. They're scared of Hezbollah getting
scenario.
involved. And they should be.
If Hezbollah decides...
If they're really so confident about their ability to deal with Hezbollah, then why hasn't this ground invasion really started yet? If they're so confident. Paper tigers, that's right. And like, yeah, this is the guy that all our governments have like shackled themselves to. Like, it would have been easy for people like Justin Trudeau to be like, we support Israel, but we don't support Netanyahu. They just recognize like how extreme right wing Netanyahu and his government is, how they're like opponents to the peace process, how they want a one state solution that's in just Israel, that they want to ethnically cleanse Palestinians, which is something that they openly talk about. It would have been very easy for these like liberal ruling class to take this kind of mealy mouth position of supporting Israel while being against Netanyahu, but they've shackled themselves to this guy. They've shackled themselves to this corrupt fucking mass murderer, and all their credibility is gone. Whatever credibility they had left. I mean, they didn't have credibility with me or people that watch this show, I'm sure, but like whatever credibility our Western leaders had is being completely destroyed by the fact that they've tethered themselves irrevocably to this guy. And what's funny as well is that Biden's now this is what they always do in these moments. They did it a lot with Saudi Arabia and Yemen and everything. Now they're doing this thing where like they leak to the press that like, even though they're fully supporting Netanyahu and Israel and what they're doing right now, privately they're pushing back, and privately they're trying to do the right thing. Just absurd, just bullshit. And again, liberals believe that as well. They like lap that up. Privately, they're urging restraint. That's what they said about Yemen as well, and Saudi Arabia. Let me see it. Like, I'll show you. Biden's Israel policy gets put to the test. The president's attempt to get food and medicine into Gaza. Fuck off. Sorry. The president's attempt to get food and medicine into Gaza will reveal whether his support for Israel can also protect Palestinian citizens. You see, much like Sean King, Biden is working tirelessly behind the scenes. He wants to get that humanitarian aid into Gaza. He's trying to protect people in Palestine. Genocide Joe's doing his best, okay? I know he's giving full support to this mass bombing campaign, this ethnic cleansing campaign, right? In public, the place where he has power. Privately, though, he's working so hard on trying to urge restraint and try to get this humanitarian aid into the country, Jack. Like, does anyone believe this shit? Does anyone seriously believe this shit? No, of course there's no proof. Yeah, he's just trying so hard to get aid into the country, meanwhile co-signing this mass bombing campaign. I think genocide, Justin, works as well. Yeah. It was 20 trucks that only provided water.
You're going to have good old Rob to
less than 1% of the population for one day. Oh, and they're trying so hard to get this aid into the country. Like, that's the remedy for anything. We're supporting the nonstop bombing campaign, but we're working so hard to get this humanitarian aid into the country. Thank you, Dr. Maggot, for the gifted sub. Again, the whole Israel would collapse in a day. If Biden really wanted to get Israel to get them to let in humanitarian aid or to stop this bombing campaign, he could do so right now. Israel is entirely reliant. Its entire existence is reliant on the nonstop military aid coming from the United States. There's nothing that the United States couldn't get Israel to agree to pretty in one phone call. And we're just trying so hard to get that aid in. Totally preposterous. People that are trying now to take some kind of moral stance are Western leaders. It's just complete nonsense. I have hope the overwhelming majority of people will see through the humanitarian bullshit. Well, that seems to be what's happening. I mean, this is what I keep coming back to. That seems to be what's happening. People are not believing this narrative. People are completely rejecting this narrative. Dark Brand is going to send Hamas Javelin missiles. Yeah, exactly. We see this comment from Gustavo Petro. It's amazing that Gustavo Petro in fucking Colombia is having more moral clarity on this than a lot of Western leaders. Colombia, which I think Rania Khalek pointed out last week, used to be known as like the Israel of South America, Latin America. I think Gustavo Petro in Colombia has been better on this and a lot of other issues than fucking Boric has. As I was saying earlier, I usually avoid these long posts on Twitter, but I'll make an exception this time. The barbarity of consumption based on the death of others leads us to an unprecedented rise of fascism and therefore to the death of democracy and freedom. It's barbarism, or global 1933 as I call it. 1933 was the year Hitler came to power. What we see in Palestine will also be the suffering in the world of all the peoples of the South. The West defends its excessive consumption and its standard of living based on destroying the atmosphere and climate, and to defend it, knowing that it will cause the exodus from the South to the North, and not only of the Palestinian people, he's ready to respond with death. It does not want to transform its economic system except as far as the market goes to decarbonize it, and he knows that the effort will be minuscule to save life on the planet. His policy seeks to defend the consumption bubble of the rich on the planet and not save humanity whose majority is disposable like the children of Gaza. That's why the strong anti-immigration policies, the concentration camps for immigrants, the thousands of dead shipwrecks, that's why the Darien plug, that's why the economic blockades of rebel countries. The right in the West sees the solution to the climate crisis as a final solution. The right once again dreams of Hitler and conquers the majority of the rich and Aryan peoples of the West and our Latin American oligarchies, who do not see another world where live than that of the malls of Florida or Madrid. The Southern right uses violence, they break democracy, they feel in the North legitimized to do so. They believe they can kill and commit genocide, they just need the blessing of world power. We are going to barbarism if we do not change power. The life of humanity, and especially of the people of the South, depends on the way in which humanity chooses the path to overcome the climate crisis produced by the wealth of the North. Gaza is just the first experiment in considering us all disposable. And that's Colombia. It's like the president of Colombia is saying this. Which should be a sign of how much this shift has been ongoing. And Malima's talking about arming Hamas. Oh boy. If the chanting "kill the Boers" was making liberals uncomfortable, this is going to make them even more uncomfortable.
Only going to arm Hamas. We are going to remove this embassy. Comrades, we are not only going to arm Hamas, We are going to remove this embassy because we can't stay
He was hacked.
with
That's right,
murderers
everybody.
in the same area, breathe the same air with people who kill innocent people. Don't listen to those who were here on Friday coming for PR. They've got the power to remove this nonsense behind this truck. They are not removing it. Why? They are getting money from the Israeli government. That's why they are scared of the Israeli government.
Or the U.S. government. That's how the
Cyril
U.S. government keeps
Ramaphosa
Egypt and
was made a
all these other
president
Jordan
with the
keeps all these
money
places in line.
donated to him by the Jewish people who are behind this Israeli embassy and the Israeli government. Those who gave Cyril money are the Jewish people who are not progressive, are Jewish people who want to perpetuate the apartheid Israel and the oppression of Palestine. That's why Cyril can't say anything. He went to the ANC, NEC, wear a scarf.
I haven't seen those memes, Dakadu.
Those Jewish people were like, "Wena, you wear a scarf with Palestinian scarf with our money." He had to issue a statement to explain himself. There is nothing to explain, even ourselves when we live here. We are not explaining anything to anyone. We make no apology for being here.
Oh boy. There is a shift happening. The global south that has been like colonized and exploited and oppressed and destabilized now for generations and generations and generations. All the hypocrisy is on full view for everyone. And people I feel like there's like a blood in the water sentiment for empire, you know? It's lost all credibility and people sense the weakness now. People sense the weakness and they're ready to start. They're getting more and more comfortable making these kinds of comments and these kind of critiques. China just sent 6 ships to the Middle East. Things are getting weird. And here's one thing I got to say too, as one of Twitch's like foremost Wu Maos and foremost China defenders and China respecters. You know, I know China's trying to take this diplomatic stance, and they've talked about the importance of. They've talked about the violence in Gaza. They've talked about the need for Palestinians to have a state. And you know, I think that's great. Frankly, I think they got to be doing more. I think they need to be doing more. Israel and China have economic links. Like China could be doing more to pressure Israel to stop the bombing. I don't think they're doing enough. We've talked about China foreign policy a lot and how we wish that maybe it was a bit more internationalist, it was a bit more forceful, that they were supporting like anti-colonial or liberatory struggles elsewhere. And we've talked about why they don't do that. And they have this like this strategy of respecting people's sovereignty and not kind of like interfering in things that don't involve them. But like this is a moment I feel like where that they have to take a more forceful stance. You know? I do think that like it's really important when we talk about, you know, the collapse of the Western rules-based order, and we see the rise of the Belt and Road Initiative and like what China is doing for development around the world and how important that is. And like, I think that's fantastic, and I will continue to support that. Because I think it's, you know, when you talk about development in the global south, this is what comes up often every time we talk about this, right? There's two paths you can take. You can go with the IMF, or you can now join the Belt and Road. For a long time, it was only one path. And when you go with the IMF, that means you've got to do what they say in terms of your political program, which means austerity. It means cutting social spending. It means privatization, letting in multinationals into your country to exploit all the resources. Just the fact that there's now an alternative to that doesn't come with this kind of like these caveats, I think is a hugely positive and important step. I do think, though, on this issue, they need to be doing way more. Yeah, BRI for Palestine. Now we're talking. And if they do end up doing more and someone looks at this clip and says, like, look, this guy was being a China disrespecter, I will happily apologize. I will happily apologize for getting this wrong. If they've got some kind of plan that's in the works, that's, in the process of like being unfurled, I will happily cop to being wrong about that, and I will apologize. I don't know, Marty Relic says the story's not true.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Who is that? Dr. Maggot, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for that. Right now, it looks like the West might collapse before they even try a Taiwan Hail Mary. China has always been patient, and I trust them to make the right decision on their own. Yeah, I mean, I agree with elements of that, Jack, but it's like there's a mass murder campaign going on right now.
Have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
On the part of Israel. And China does have economic ties with Israel. And they could be leveraging that to try and stop the bombing campaign right now, that's going on right now. I mean, there's a time for patience. I get it. And I get they're trying not to be entangled as well, but I think they got to do more. If Iran's not going in, they probably won't. And I'm not even talking about going in, but I'm talking about putting real diplomatic pressure on Israel to stop what it's doing. Even my conservative family sees Belt and Road as more positive than the World Bank, IMF. I think taking a stance against Israel would be politically effective for China. Well, and even like that's a good point. And like even now, we're not talking about 5 years ago. Like look at the polling. Look at what's going on in the world. There's this global mass movement that's going on right now to stand with Palestine, including in all these developing nations where China is trying to build this BRI program. You know? I think the time would be now to put real pressure and take a firm stance for Palestine. Like again, they've been saying it's not like what they've been saying has been bad. You know, like I said, even on China state media, we looked at that and they're showing all the images of the Israeli war crimes. We see Chinese, like there's an appetite for this. You talk about Chinese citizens. Like the stuff you look on Chinese social media, they are fucking ready to go. They're ready for China to support Palestine. I think now that would be a good time to take if there's ever a moment to have a foreign policy that goes a bit beyond this kind of like patience and soft power, now would be the moment to do that. No, and it's not up to us. It's not up to us, but I just want to, as a Twitch's one of Twitch's foremost China defenders, I just felt like it's worth saying that. I'm going to continue to be a China defender. This is something that I would like to see though personally. Orblady, thank you for the gifted sub to Only Zots. Thank you, Orblady. Very, very kind of you. I'd go further if I was she. And we've talked about it before too. It's like, it's, you have this kind of chauvinistic mentality when you're like a dipshit Twitch streamer in the West telling China what they should do for socialism, and I get that. And that's why I really try to avoid that in most cases. I think in this case though, I don't know if you want to call it a criticism or whatever, but I think it's worth pointing out. I think they could be doing way more. China's watching the imperialist bloc self-implode. Better to not be in the blast radius. That's true, but like there's still people dying right now, I get the strategy of just hanging back and letting the West implode, but that doesn't help the people of Gaza right now. I just thought it was worth making that kind of comment, considering it's something that I talk about often on this show.
Comrades,
Here's this other image of Gaza that I meant to point out. Like, it's truly shocking, the level of destruction, and the idea that all our human rights respecting governments all support this. No, this is we've been looking at today, Squatch, for sure. Yeah, protests around the world, SUBVERSIVE. It's a global mass movement. Like, look at this. It's insanity. It's unfathomable, the level of destruction. Like 15K people marched in Philly on Saturday, and our largest papers did not cover it. Yeah, I don't know how many people were out in Montreal yesterday, but it was definitely a couple thousand. Like, it was a lot of people. It was a lot of people. And that's the thing, the inspiring thing about being at that protest is you see the discrepancy between how our media talks about this and how political class talks about it. But you go to one of these protests and you realize that, like, the people are not on board with this genocidal campaign. The people are with Palestine. Not just in Montreal, but all around the world. Inside the empire and outside the empire. Biden taking L's on his polling now with young voters for support for Israel. And they're already, as a result, trotting out the, don't people know that if you don't vote for Biden, that might help Trump? They're already getting out the browbeating arguments. Don't you know that if you don't vote for Biden, that's going to help Trump? That's going to be even worse. And it's like, this shit is not going to work anymore. I'm sorry. That doesn't work when the lesser of two evils, those guys, when they're paying for and endorsing this absolute barbarism, when they're supporting this. I'm sorry. Your whole lesser of two evils argument doesn't work anymore. It works if you only care about yourself and your own, what happens in your own society or your own community, and you don't give a shit about anywhere else of the way the United States government acts in Palestine or anywhere else. If you view the rest of the world as just being subhuman, then yeah, maybe the lesser of two evils argument makes sense. This is not the lesser of two evils, though. This is just about as evil as you can get. This is the Joe Biden administration and the Justin Trudeau administration openly supporting the fucking rampant carpet bombing of people in a prison camp. 2 million people. I'm sorry, I will never listen to this lesser of two evils bullshit again. I was still willing to entertain this idea. Even after 25 years of hearing the same fucking argument over and over and over again. While things still continued to get worse, I was still willing to endorse, to accept this idea about the lesser of two evils. No more. Never again. Never again will I support anyone that's stood by and let this happen. And if that does leading to Trump winning, or Polyev or whoever, if that does, and yeah, they will probably be worse. Guess what? If liberals or Democrats, I tweeted about this today, if liberals or Democrats or whatever other, like throughout the West, whatever other main party want people to vote for them, perhaps they should not support genocide, and perhaps they should actually stand up for actions and a program that their voters want, rather than constantly spitting in their fucking faces and telling them that it's raining or that they're protecting them from the lesser of two evils. Maybe that's what's going to get people to go and pull the lever for the blue team or the red team or whoever else. They're already bringing out all these electoralism arguments.
creators to come to the front.
Like, look at this shit.
Okay, I need all my creators to come to the front. I want y'all to listen to this. Hold up.
I voted for Biden in 2020. I have never liked him, and when I first heard that he was going to be the Democratic candidate,
Look at her
I said that I
reactions in the
wasn't going to
corner.
vote in 2020, but I felt like it was important, and I felt like he was the lesser of two evils, and I still feel that. But after today, I cannot imagine voting for him in 2024.
We will not vote in 2024. If you...
This message is for Joe Biden. You've already lost. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. My generation is going to make sure that doesn't happen.
If the Democratic Party is not seeing these numbers...
Oh, shit. Sorry. When I look from bookmarks, it gets shut off.
To come to the front. They're not vote. That they're not...
Biden, you've already lost. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. My generation is going to make sure that doesn't happen.
If the Democratic Party is not seeing these numbers and are still acting delusional, they cannot complain when they...
Now, see, the problem with every single one of these creators and what they are pushing is the fact that they are telling their followers to do not vote, that they're not going to vote because they don't want to vote for Biden and da-da-da. And I get that. I get it.
No, you don't get it.
What you are pushing is even more dangerous. Go look up, hit that search bar and type in Project 2025. Go educate yourself before you get on this damn app and start preaching about how you're
So talk to the fucking Democrats
in this
then.
upcoming election, because you not voting is even worse. You understand? You are pushing a rhetoric.
Like, sorry, this shit's not going to work anymore.
That is dangerous.
Sorry.
Because if you decide to withhold your right to vote, and even if you just don't agree with Biden, go look up Project 2025. Because I guarantee you, as a woman, as a black woman, as a minority, as someone who is in an interracial relationship, as someone who is a small business owner, as someone in the middle class.
I mean, Genocide Joe campaigned on, like, absorbing all the energy of the George Floyd protest movement and then gave more money to police. There's more people of color being shot in the street today than there were prior to Joe Biden's election.
We simply
talk about the lesser of two evils.
The size of the account.
When an election is held, it will fortify rather than destroy the credibility of the power brokers. When we participate in this election to win, instead of disrupt, we're lending to its credibility and destroying our own. George Jackson, Blood in My Eye.
Thank you for that, God Greek. Thank you.
Lower class, anybody. If you do not understand what Project 2025 is and the way a lot of these Republicans are pushing their agenda, and they have laid it out for you as plain as day in black and white.
Then call fucking Joe Biden. This is what I can't stand, the lecturing and the scolding towards people that might not vote. If you want people to vote for Democrats, and yeah, conservatives bad. This whole Project 2025 thing, they do have this plan to take over and like institute all these evil policies. Couldn't agree more. If you got a problem with that, then get the Joe Biden administration to stop supporting the mass murder of children in Palestine. Get them to actually act on something. This lecturing people, the voters, rather than the actual powerful people in the party. It's so sad. Instead, the scolding. Just scold voters. No. This party, Joe Biden, the Democrats, Justin Trudeau, the Liberals, Keir Starmer, Labour Party, they're just entitled to your vote. They're just entitled to it. And they don't need to change. You need to change. You need to manage your expectations downward. You need to vote for these people no matter what they do. If they don't act on climate, they give more money to police, they give more money to Israel, they co-sign a genocide and ethnic cleansing and mass murder of little kids. They don't change. You change your expectations. No matter what they do, you vote for them. No matter how many times they betray you, how many times they go back on their promises, you vote for them. They're entitled to your vote. We're tailing Democrats into what benefit? It's a good question. Again, I've been hearing this argument now for 25 years. I've been hearing this exact same argument in Canada and the United States. Thanks, Old
of
Lady.
what
I'm going
they
to
are
save
planning
this.
on doing. If they are able to win over our government, have a Republican president, have a Republican dominant Congress and House, like, you need to go educate yourself. Stop getting on this app, running your mouth because you feel some type of way right now with everything that's going on with this Israel and Palestine. And I get it.
No, you don't get it.
I feel it too.
You don't.
But stop telling your followers,
You don't feel
all
it.
of these young people to not go vote.
They're mass murdering kids, and you're saying, no, that's acceptable to me. That continue to vote for the Democratic Party no matter what. You don't get it.
Because if you don't get your ass up and go to these polls next year, guess who will? Every right-wing nut that supports the Trump, that ideology, that supports Project 2025, because they know you're not going to go do it. So we have to stop. And as an influencer with a following as big as all of these followers, these influencers have, baby, you got to be careful what you say on this app. You got to be careful what you are pushing out there, because that rhetoric of, I'm not voting for Biden, I'm not voting for either. What? Then you're just going to allow them to win by default. And when they start implementing
That's
all
their
that
problem.
Project 2025, do not come on this app boo-hooing, crying, talking about this, talking about that. When you start to see your basic human rights get stripped away.
It's pathetic.
And the fact that it's a lot of minorities on this app talking about telling people and telling their followers not to vote, baby, I want to slap all of you. Pay it.
Again, more people of color. I'll just reiterate this. More people of color being shot by the police under the pro-racial justice Biden administration than there was previously. More money to police, even after all those protests, even after the largest mass protest movement that we've seen in American history. More money to police, more people going into prisons, predominantly people of color. More people of color being shot in the street than there was previously. Where's this lesser of two evils argument for this? What has changed? Same border policy, by the way. Exact same border policy. We talked a lot about the cruelty of Trump's border policy and what's going on, the concentration camps, to say nothing of Gaza, the concentration camps on the southern United States border. Where's going on with that? Exact same policy. Exact same policy.
Attention. Pay attention. And
It's
do
you that's not paying
research
attention.
before you go
And
popping
not for
off at
nothing,
the
but can I
mouth,
just say this
telling people
to the
not to
liberal-
get up and
Sorry.
exercise their right to vote. You may not agree with Biden. You may not agree with the Democrats and this and stuff that's going on right now with Palestine. I get it.
No, you don't.
But do not get on here and tell people not to vote. That is the absolute worst thing you can do.
All of the meager social democracy policies that were put in place during the pandemic all rolled back under Biden. The child tax credit, which they bragged about. They bragged about that child tax credit reducing childhood poverty. Yeah, what a big fucking mystery. We gave people more money and it reduced poverty. Wasn't it? What a crazy idea. What a crazy notion. Rolled all of that back. Student loans restarting. What is the right to vote worth if elected officials don't do what the voters want and suffer no consequences? Like when they have like you're exactly right, Orb Lady, when they have full ownership of your vote, no matter how they act, like what possible reason would they have to ever do anything that means something to any of these constituencies? They know that you have your vote no matter what. And they're going to say the same thing. It's the most important election of your lifetime. You're going to talk about not voting. It's the most important election of your lifetime. What possible reason do they have? As a voter, what meager power that we have, that's the only thing that we have power that we have, is to withhold our vote from people and say, if you do this, I will consider voting for you. If the answer is no, we're not going to do that stuff, well then, no. It's like if you're negotiating with a child, if you show that you're going to like back down, if you have all these empty threats, even a child will understand that it's an empty threat, that you don't actually meaningfully mean to like do any things that you're saying, and they will not listen to you.
And not for nothing, but can I just say this? To the liberals that are weaponizing Project 2025 against MENA people, black and brown people, to get them to vote for Biden in 2024, the level of disgust I have for you is incalculable. Because the level of privilege that it takes, particularly to tell Muslims and people in the Palestinian diaspora, to vote for the man financing their genocide, otherwise that will happen to you as liberals here in America, is so fucking despicable to me. You all sound like, I know you're waiting with bated breath to make sure that your relatives are still alive, but make sure you show up in 2024, otherwise it's going to be me. And not for nothing, because I don't think you all have put 2 and 2 together yet. Everything in Project 2025 relies on Biden doing exactly what he's fucking doing right now. Now! The more successful this genocide is, the more likely Project 2025 is to happen. I suggest you use the same organizing skills you use to harass black and brown people every election cycle and start calling for a fucking ceasefire.
Seriously. Start shaming the Biden administration. Stop shaming people that are considering not wanting to be part of this system. I think it was Dr. Maggot that sent this as well. This is Matt Leck about this idea of vote shaming. And listen, I think Matt's great. Matt is the one that often raids this channel from TMR, so.
Responsibility for their own actions and votes. Of course, people get misled, lied to,
I've had a lot of criticisms
about
about their coverage, TMR's coverage of this and certain other events that I've not been shy about, but I think this is an important thing from Matt Leck here.
Living ignorantly in their privilege.
It's no. Sorry, I have to cut you off. Like again, like it's not
all this. Diego, thank you for the gifted sub.
Vote. Like just because you voted Democrat every single one of those years, you did not do anything. You did You did just barely more by going with the party that like basically has more support to labor and minority groups. But like again, like it's going to take way more than just voting for Democrats. And again, like nowhere. At no point in my politics do I say, oh yeah, the problem here is the people.
Yeah.
Because that goes nowhere. What that does for you is you can feel superior about people and say like, actually, like I just have no patience for this. At no point is my answer to that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's a limit though. Like when you say you can't judge people for being propagandized. Like I judge the people that stormed the Capitol.
Oh yeah. Well,
I'm sorry.
You need to be, yes, of course, like being ideologically like,
being a coup person is different than being just like a standard Republican, because there's millions of them, guys.
Again, like but like you're only it's only a variation of like if you are a centrist Democrat, if you're a supporter of like all these people complain about Joe Manchin, you're not a whole lot more different to me than somebody who says like, yeah, I vote for Chris Christie. Like I think it's basically you have a different social circle.
Yeah.
Like mainly, and so like I just focusing on the voting of it is different than saying these people are ideologically committed conservatives, because I do think that people have seen my Twitter feed. I'm not like wearing kid gloves around people that are propaganda.
Totally.
Like, but like and
this is some guy Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Well. If it isn't our friends at the Majority Report, thank you, Majority Report from the raid. We're just. Your dad's here. Hide the weed. Oh boy. Thanks for the raid, Majority Report. I'm Rob. It's nice to see you. We're actually just talking about this whole thing of like vote shaming and this idea of like people not wanting to support the Democrats anymore because of their total full support for Israel's carpet bombing and mass murder and ethnic cleansing that they're engaged in right now, and people who are already like vote shaming about that. We're like, well, I know you might not like that, but Republicans are worse. The same thing we've heard for 25 years or however long, like, you know, decades and decades. It's been the same thing. We hear the same thing in Canada as well, each election cycle. So I think Matt Leck from Majority Report, who I think was the one that raids this channel. And hello, Matt. Thank you again. I really appreciate the raids and the support. I think Matt has a really good argument here about this idea of vote shaming that we were just listening to. So I'm going to continue that. But thanks again for the raid. Please smash the follow button if it's your first time here. I'm Rob. It's nice to see you. Hit the follow button. It's very helpful if you do that, and I appreciate it. Let me just hear the rest of this clip from Matt Leck about this idea of vote shaming, which I think if people weren't ready to reject this before, I think now with everything that's happening in Palestine and Gaza right now, should really just forever just destroy this fucking argument about the lesser of two evils. Look at that, new friend 2018. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. It's a new friend, a first new community member. Very exciting. The topic comes up every season. Yeah, and it's just, I'm tired of it. And if Democrats or anyone else want people to vote for them, they should stop supporting this. Don't support genocide. Support meaningful climate change legislation. Don't let Joe Manchin push you around to determine your whole agenda. Go and if you're in the Biden administration and there's one guy apparently that has the power in your Senate to destroy your whole agenda, go on the fucking TV and criticize the guy. Actually act like you care about this or any other issue that's important to people. Social justice or the police or the environment, climate, imperialism, whatever. Oh, shucks, we just let this one guy derail our whole agenda. Golly gee whiz, I guess we need to vote Democrats even more. We need to vote for Democrats even more. That's the problem. There's just not enough of them. Even when we have full majorities in the House and the Senate and the White House, we just still don't have enough. You got to vote even more for Democrats. This one guy in our caucus said no. I was supposed to be able to work with Republicans and work with all these different people, but one guy in my own party apparently has the power to just completely veto our whole agenda. Then go on fucking TV and talk about that then. You can't play hardball with fucking Joe Manchin, really? Corrupt Joe Manchin with his little Cole family fiefdom down there? Say, Joe, support my agenda or I'm going to put your whole rotten family in jail. How about that? Your fucking failed children. I'm going to put your failed children in prison, Joe Manchin, if you don't back my goddamn agenda. That's what you're there for. But we need Joe Manchin in there because then maybe a Republican will be there. Then we won't have the Senate. Well, what do you fucking have the Senate for? What do you have the Senate for if not to pass your agenda? What is the purpose of even having this? That's what you're there for. Yeah, party discipline. Seriously. It's your own party. Oh, Jack, I'm going to work with Republicans. I'm going to work with all kinds of people. You can't even get your whole party on board. You can't even get your own party on board with your own agenda that you campaigned on. And you know what? When they signed that infrastructure bill,
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I like the pageantry most.
When they signed that Inflation Reduction Act, they said, "Oh, Joe Manchin, please come and sign. This is your doing." They kissed his ass rather than actually holding him accountable for completely vetoing his own president's agenda in his own party. What an embarrassment. Ross Publica, thanks for the 14 months. Anyway, look at the rest of this clip.
Everybody else is that you are direct in the messaging there. But when people are saying, hey, there's no rent, we can't pay rent here, something's changed. To say
I'm suffering.
Hey,
yeah.
You voted Reagan, so you don't get to complain, but I voted Bill Clinton, so I do get to complain. I think you're out to fucking lunch. And again, I don't see where I don't even know what good it does besides.
It doesn't. It's just about feeling like, yeah, I'm on the right team. But the difference between the teams is that the team on the left is there to ameliorate the suffering of everybody. That is the desire. The Republican Party wants their group to be elevated, and not even always their group, the elites within their circle.
A two-party system doesn't work. The thing is, it's not about a two-party system. Here's where I would disagree, and I totally get your sentiment. Sades. It's not a two-party system. It's liberal democracy. That's what doesn't work. Liberal democracy is not actually a democracy. That's the problem. We got a bunch of parties in Canada. We got a whole bunch of parties. It's still de facto the exact same situation. It's still de facto a two-party system. We've only ever had a liberal party, a liberal government, or a conservative party, a government. We've only ever had a liberal government or a conservative government in Canada, no matter how many parties we have. It's liberal democracy is the problem. It's capitalism there's the problem, because in our liberal democracy, all of our parties are working for the ownership class, the capitalist class, and there's different factions. Like it's a one-party state. That's what we live in. We live in a one-party state, but there's different factions of this one party. You know, the corporate party, the capitalist party. And there's different factions that might have different ideas about certain things, social issues. Some might want to do more social spending. Some might want to do less social spending. Some might want to take more of make more policies when it comes to like fighting climate change. Some might want less. You know, ultimately, these people are all on the same team, though. They're all on the same team. When it comes to anything that matters, especially imperialism, try to find the ideological difference between these different parties when it comes to the mass bombing of Gaza, where like 95% of our people in elected officials right now in any country are all fully supporting it. This is the issue. You know, it's not Americans sometimes say they think like, oh, if we only had a third party, if only if we had different parties. It's not about parties. Have 4 parties, have 5 parties, have 7 parties, have 10 parties. It doesn't make a fucking difference. Our liberal democratic system is there to give us the illusion that we have some kind of input in the way that our society is organized, and we might be able to change a few small things around the fringes through this kind of process. Overall, the goals of resource extraction, genocide, global imperialism, capitalism, this is all continuing. This is all continuing no matter who is in charge, no matter how many parties you have. I'm getting fired up today. I'm getting fired up here. I'm cutting a promo on liberal democracy. Let me continue with this clip from Matt Leck here.
To put their boot on the necks of minorities, of women, of trans people, of gay people. And we have to be the exact inverse of that.
I just want to know what step 2 is. Step 1, hold people accountable for their votes. Do we hold you accountable for your votes? Like, or is it just because you voted for Kristen Sinema that you get to, like, because she was on the right team, you don't have any, like, the accountability is not on the voting. To me, it's...
What do you suggest in its place? What I suggest in its place, rather than having a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, which is what we have, I think we should go back to having a dictatorship of the people. We should have a people's dictatorship. We should have a workers' dictatorship, where we take the people that are at the top of this food chain right now, the capitalists and their enablers in our political class, and we oppress them. And we take away what they have and we give it to everybody else. So a violent revolution? Well, the thing is, what I would prefer is to have just a peaceful revolution. I think that's what would be ideal. But considering these people are not folks that are really interested in sharing the kind of wealth or power that they have,
you can count on me.
There's kind of an inevitable conclusion to that.
Talk you through all this.
I mean, revolutions are violent. The American Revolution was violent, you know? Revolutions are violent. It's displacing one class and replacing it with another. It's a violent process. It's an authoritarian process. Too bad. We live in an authoritarian, violent society right now. But there's a certain class of people that are benefiting from that, and everyone else is getting fucked. Certain people make peaceful revolution impossible. That's right. JFK said that. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. And I don't support violence, and nobody in this community supports violence. But this is what we're talking about. Is a bit of a dialectic here. I hope you don't represent what people are like in this community. Yeah, actually he does, so. Actually, I don't even know what I'm responding to. Maybe that was a really out-of-pocket comment from Sam the Nanner Man. I wasn't really paying attention, but that's the point, though. Oh, you support a violent revolution. We live in a violent society right now. We live in a society where the ruling class, the capitalist class, the ownership class uses violence and have a full monopoly on violence to continue to enrich themselves and continue to perpetuate their own power. They commit this violence against people in the lower classes, and they commit this violence to people throughout the world through imperialism, violent imperialism, like what we're seeing in Palestine right at this moment. Anyway, now back to the clip.
It's like, if you're doing, you have to do more. Be a part of some other movement. Like that's it has to be more than just what you do on election day and what like comments you write in comment sections.
Yeah, and so much of this is determined by social circles and geographic placement and like things that once people's minds are open and they're met with like real language about how to turn their suffering into larger class consciousness, you have to hope that that is a fluid like concept that people can learn and get better. And then writing just people off based on their votes. To what Matt says, it's wrong.
The problem is that we aren't all in like unions and political organizations. It's not that like we haven't voted for Democrats enough. And like I don't think there's debate about this, and I appreciate all the people who are saying I'm right because I am.
Charlie Jerk says, sorry, but Democrats bad is a moral position. Just ask Jimmy Dore.
No, those people are the flip side. Jimmy's wrong for the exact same vote shaming reasons as those people are. Mm-hmm. They're just the flip side.
Jimmy is saying we need to support Republicans now because the Democrats are so bad. We're going to show those Democrats by supporting Republicans. Like, no, you fucking moron. That's not the solution. That's not the answer.
Juniper J, sorry, Matt. It's very important to vote in the way in the general election that will keep out the worst candidate, and that is always a Republican. That's exactly what Matt's saying.
Yeah, I don't deny that, but I don't think it's the voters' problem. Like,
that's their problem.
Great job for coming to the realization that Democrats are better than Republicans on balance. That reality says, okay, the problem here is all these idiots and the way that they're engaging with democracy, and not like, oh, we need to get organized, because that's the only time this has ever happened. The only time like the New Deal happened because everyone from like liberal New Dealers to communists were getting serious about it. It wasn't like, oh, you guys are voting.
And the New Deal happened because of the USSR. Let's be clear about that as well. And I don't know if Matt's going to get to that point. Important to remember, there's no New Deal without the USSR. The New Deal happened because capitalists were scared. They were scared. They saw what might happen to you if you push people far enough. And they were like, we need to, in order to save our economic system, we need to start giving some crumbs to the working class before our heads end up on sticks. Which is exactly why it's become like out of bounds to talk about how the USSR was good. Even if you don't think that, which is a mistake, it was good. Even just on that level, it's worth support. And even that did almost trigger a fascist coup. And it did ultimately. You know, the whole like business plot didn't work, but instead the business plot just went underground, and they worked for the next generation to undo all these gains of the New Deal, and they were successful in that. And they fucking killed Kennedy. They killed JFK because he had a slightly different vision for foreign policy than what these Nazis and the CIA wanted to do. A tanky, cool. What are you talking about? Like, really? Firelight Studio, what the fuck are you talking about? What does that even mean? Good Lord. Ugh. The USSR was good. You think it's tanky to support the USSR? I mean, that's ultimately how it shows how fucking meaningless that word even is. Do you think serfdom is good? Do you think the USSR overthrowing serfdom, overthrowing feudalism was good? Do you think the USSR delivering a better living standard for millions of people who were serfs, illiterate serfs prior to that, getting access for the first time in their lives to like education and literacy programs and being able to see a fucking doctor for the first time in their lives? I think that was actually good. Look at living standards and life expectancy for people in the USSR, in Russia and elsewhere. Before and after. Before and after. Do you think it's good that the USSR defeated fascism? That they completely mass industrialized this predominantly agrarian society, mass industrialized the entire society in 10 years, and were capable of building this war machine out of nothing to defend themselves against the invasion and onslaught of this like fascist horde? Do you think that was good that they did that?
You simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Get ready, all you new MFERS. We support DPRK here.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Gold Greek. Did it have to come with the conquest of its neighbors? Oh, it's fascist and Holocaust supporting and abetting neighbors? Is that the imperialist conquest that you're referring to? And authoritarianism. Oh, no. Oh, no. What should have happened is they should have said, hey, can we tell to the people in the factories, do you think we can please like mass industrialize right now? Please and thank you. I'm sure they would have just gone right on board with that whole program. They're being invaded constantly by these like fascist white armies sponsored by the West. And day one, as soon as the Russian Revolution happened, day one, they didn't let the fascists have their newspapers. Anyway, it's part of what I've been saying lately a lot. I mean, it's part of what I talk about a lot on this show. I don't play this respectability game anymore about this stuff. Yes, the USSR was good. Full stop. Were there mistakes that happened? Were there contradictions? Was everything perfect? No. I don't expect the revolution to be perfect. I know we need instant perfection, don't we? We need instant perfection. Our Western leftists, we need instant perfection from these revolutionary societies. And all the contradictions, none of it matters. Oh, you're being overthrown. You're being invaded and overthrown by the West. You're being constantly militarily encircled. You're being destabilized. You've got spies coming in and trying to destroy your society from moment one. No, don't fight back. That's too mean. It's too authoritarian. Let the fascists have their newspapers and their radio programs. You're so concerned about the civil rights of the fascists, aren't you? Western leftists, exactly, who we've never had a revolution. Maybe we should have a revolution in our society one time, and then we can have your perfect leftist revolution where everyone's rights are respected, and there's no authoritarianism, and nothing bad ever happens, and there's no violence, and there's no contradictions, and everything's just perfect. And we just instantly abolish the state. We'll have our non-violent leftist revolution. We'll instantly abolish the state, and we'll press the communism button, and we'll abolish all classes and abolish the state. That's not how it works, unfortunately. If there was a communism button, I would be happy to press it. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. Unfortunately, when you have a revolution, you have to defend it. You have to defend it against the forces of reaction in your society and outside your society. Yeah, what do you do when the CIA comes to visit?
For Hoover, so you deserve that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. So they voted wrong. Then what? Then what?
I'm not saying not violent, but I think you're all too willing to give into another strongly hierarchical governing class. Well, even Marx said, if you're a Marxist, I don't know what your political tendency is. Marx himself says the state will wither away. This is why I read Lenin. This is why it's important to read Lenin. This is why I got Lenin behind me right now. This is why Lenin's my guy. There's nothing in the revolutionary handbook about immediately abolishing all hierarchy, right? It's about taking the people that are on the top of the food chain right now and putting them at the bottom and putting the people that are at the bottom at the top. Yes, there's hierarchies. Yes, we're taking the landowners, the landlords, the capitalists, we're taking them and we're taking them what they have, we're taking it away. And we're using the tools of the state to oppress and suppress those people so everyone else can benefit. That's what happens in a revolution. It's not a dinner party.
What?
Great job. Let's send people a medal who voted right.
Serpent Deflector. I'm supporting Ron DeSantis. Well, I already read that.
I'm fired up today.
Charlie Sheeher, to Matt's point about vote shaming, I live in a solid blue state with one of the worst inflated housing markets out there. Voting blue ain't enough.
Thank you, Ragdijin, for the gifted sub.
And anyone on the right who recognizes how bad things should be taken as an opportunity to highlight this kind of problems, the kind of problems fiscal conservatism leads to. I say conservatism, by the way, because it's an ideology found in both parties, and I make that clear to the folks that I'm talking to. They don't always listen, but it works occasionally.
Yep. Thank you.
The death toll from Israel's 17-day bombardment
Let's look at this. I'm going to
Gaza has topped 5,000.
I'm going to take a little, just like a short break to go to the bathroom and get something to drink. While I put on this clip, I'll just be a couple minutes and I'll be back and we'll talk more.
As Israel intensifies its assault on the besieged territory, Palestinian officials say more than 2,000 children have now died in the Israeli attack. Israel's continuing to reject calls from the United Nations for a humanitarian ceasefire. While Israel's intensified its bombing campaign, it has not yet launched a full-scale ground invasion. The New York Times reports the Biden administration has advised Israel to delay a ground invasion, in part to give the U.S. more time to prepare if the war spreads across the region. On Friday, Hamas released its first two hostages, Judith and Natalie Ranin, a mother and daughter, who are dual U.S.-Israeli citizens. They were kidnapped on October 7th during the Hamas attack on Israel that resulted in the deaths of 1,400 people. The Israeli army now says it believes 222 hostages are being held in Gaza. So far, 2 aid convoys have entered Gaza and a third is on its way. But the UN and relief groups say far more aid is needed. Not dozens of trucks, but hundreds of trucks of aid, they say. In Gaza City, doctors in the neonatal section of Al-Shifa Hospital say dozens of babies could soon die if the hospital runs out of fuel.
As you can see, all the babies in here are underweight and need intensive care around the clock, but we lack basic medicines like caffeine citrate and antibiotics like ampicillin and gentamicin and surfactant. We have ventilators, but now 7 ventilators are not working because we don't have the right cables to operate them. We are only operating with 10 ventilators, which is a strong sign that the failure of this department is looming. We call on everyone to send the necessary medical supplies for this critical department, or else we will face a huge catastrophe, especially if the electricity is out in these departments where there are 55 babies. We will lose all those who need electricity within 5 minutes.
More than half of Gaza's population has been displaced by the Israeli assault. This is an 18-year-old Palestinian named Dima Al-Amdani. She'd fled to southern Gaza after Israel ordered Palestinians to leave their homes in the north. Much of her family died in an Israeli airstrike in Khan Yunis, where the family had sought.
God damn it. I know I'm muted. I knew that. I knew that I was muted. I'm just testing you. I'm just testing you. Firelight Studio, you say, you are cucked when you give into any form of authoritarianism. What I would say you are describing right now for all of us and outlining is the difference between materialism and idealism. Unfortunately, you live in fantasy land. You're living in fantasy land where you think you can have some kind of like revolution and instantly abolish the state, abolish hierarchy. It's just not, it's not, there's no connection to reality. There's zero connection to actual reality. What would have happened in the Cuban Revolution if immediately following they overthrow the Batista regime, they overthrow the brutal client state Batista regime, and then they immediately just abolish all hierarchy. They don't take any gains to protect the revolution. They're rolled instantly. In the USSR as well, they would have been destroyed immediately. They would have been completely destroyed immediately if they had followed your suggestions as a Western leftist for what that should have been. They would have been destroyed from the forces of reaction inside their society that immediately launched a civil war. The forces of reaction outside their society, destabilizing and trying to overthrow them, and then the eventual fascist menace, which they had to defeat as well. This authoritarianism that you're complaining about is exactly what allowed them to continue their revolution and continue delivering revolutionary gains to people, rather than just instantly giving up. And no, what you're saying is not accurate also. I would look at the difference in standards that the ruling class of the USSR lived in to see that no, there ultimately was never going to be the removal of a wealthy ruling class. It was just a change of who they were. That's just not true. The idea of like people that in the USSR or any other socialist state that they live these luxury lives of opulence comparable to like the czars. It's just nonsense because they had access to like dachas or whatever, or they might live in a pretty decent apartment building if you're like an important political official. The idea that there's any comparison, like look at the difference in the difference in wealth between our ruling class in the West right now and the people that have nothing. You had people in socialist countries that, yeah, they might have a few amenities. They might have access to a few different changes in their living standards. The idea that there's anything comparison at all, that there's any comparison whatsoever, in like the czarist system with how like people in the like the higher up officials in the Politburo or whatever were living is just completely nonsensical. Yeah, On Authority, it's 6 pages. It's time to read it. It's really easy to read.
Temporary shelter as it made its way south.
I I went to look for my mother, my father, and my siblings at the morgue. At first they told me, come, see your mother. They didn't show me her face, but I recognized
It's
her
not a
from
book, it's
what
just a
she has
paper.
on her feet. God bless her soul.
On Authority
I
by
felt
Engels.
heartbroken. It was like a nightmare. They opened my father's coffin and had no signs of injuries, but he died. God bless his soul. I had a 16-year-old sister among the dead, and they wrote my name on her coffin since they thought it was me. Her body didn't have any signs of injuries, but maybe she died from internal injuries. They also showed me my little sister. She's in first grade, and they asked me, who is she? At first, I didn't recognize her due to all the cuts and burns on her face. Then they wrote her name on her coffin. I would have never thought that my family would end up like this. I felt heartbroken.
Obama released a statement. I'm sure he did. Maybe he's giving them. Maybe in his statement, he's giving them even better suggestions on how they can even more ruthlessly and efficiently bomb hospitals and civilians. He's a fucking expert. He's an expert in bombing civilians and killing little kids. So I'm sure he's got some good advice for them.
Nightmare. I can't believe it until now that they're all dead. No one left.
Israel has also bombed the home of Raji Sourani, the best-known human rights lawyer in Gaza City. He and his family survived the attack, his home destroyed. In a message to friends, he wrote, quote, Israel,
watch my new
Biden, and
Netflix
the West
movie?
who support Israel that in doing these crimes against civilians are criminals. We will have our dignity and freedom and end this criminal occupation.
Let me be clear. Palestinians shall be free from the river to the sea.
One day we will have these criminals accountable, he said. We begin today's show with Jihad Abu
Bronx
Salim,
Falls Spotify
Palestinian
bombing
scholar
playlist.
and
Good
policy
Lord.
analyst from Gaza. He's the executive director of the Jerusalem Fund in Washington, D.C. Jihad, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you lay out for us what you
we bombed some
understand
folks.
has taken place so far in Gaza, and the latest word about whether Israel is going to engage in a ground invasion, or when they will. This does not preclude what they've done until now, which is the intensification of airstrikes on Gaza, the death toll at 5,000 people in Gaza.
Everything I've been talking about is right in here.
It appears that Israel has one plan and one plan only, and that is revenge. But revenge is not a plan. Israel is destroying Gaza. Israel has destroyed most of the city of Gaza and many towns and villages across the Gaza Strip.
I got some new viewers today, and I've been fucking screaming about
to more than
Stalinism,
1 million Palestinians who are now displaced. I think the important question now, the challenge ahead of us in the United States, in Europe, around the world, is to push for ceasefire. Ceasefire now is what is needed, because as we witness the continuation of killing, of the destruction of the Gaza Strip, as we witness the failure of world governments to hold Israel accountable and to put a stop to this carnage, to this bloodshed, we are devastated, Amy. Entire families are being erased, wiped out of the map and of the civil registry. So I think for us Palestinians in Gaza and beyond, and for every person of conscience around the world, the priority now should be ceasefire to protect civilian lives, to protect the dignity of people, and to prevent the situation from spinning out of control. It already did.
And your response to the Israeli government and military saying they're going to de-Hamasify Gaza, that this was the worst killing of Jews, 1,400 Israelis killed, including other nationalities and religions on October 7th, and that if once they get rid of Hamas in Gaza, Gazans can live there.
Well, they're not leaving a Gaza behind for Gazans, for Palestinians in Gaza to live there. They're practically destroying, carpet bombing the entire city and other towns and villages across the Gaza Strip. No one wants to see civilians hurt, regardless of who they are or where they come from or what their ethnicities or faiths or nationalities are. there is an important question that I think we need to grapple with as members of
Look at
this
this
world
shit.
who care about
these images are just
about
indescribable.
people's lives and dignity. Is there going to be a military solution on the ground? And the answer is no. There isn't going to be a military solution. Whatever Israel is engaged in right now is pure revenge. It doesn't have any strategic value, and it doesn't have any direction. Israel is just bombing Gaza non-stop, killing as many civilians as it could, simply because it's being enabled by the international community. No one in the international community is asking the tough questions. Is there going to be a military solution? What will this look like? What will this mean for the region? The region is about to be engulfed in far more violence. So I think this is a moment where we need courage, we need boldness, and we need the ability to confront the realities that got us to this point, that got us to this terrible situation. As I'm talking to you, I'm thinking about my family too. My friends receive the news, my friends who are from Gaza and abroad, they receive the news of their entire extended families killed in an instant. There will not be a military solution for this. And the only solution, and I'm happy to talk about this on your show today, the only path forward is to face the situation with courage and ask ourselves, how did we get here?
Talk about that solution that you can see at this point.
I think there has to be a reassessment of the entire approach towards the Palestine question and the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, as many in the West like to describe it. I think we have witnessed decades of failure, especially by successive U.S. administrations that promised that they would mediate and negotiate and lead Palestinians and Israelis towards just and lasting peace. But none of these promises have been fulfilled. We've witnessed nothing but cynicism, and we have witnessed nothing but continuous enabling of successive Israeli governments to continue with their policies of uprooting Palestinians,
these images,
ethnically cleansing them, destroying their lives, and destroying any possibility for Palestinian statehood and independence. And I think one of the biggest U.S. failures in foreign policy we have just witnessed over, especially this year, as we saw the U.S. administration enabling the most right-wing government in Israeli history, a government that included people like Smotrich and Ben Gvir, who casually talked about wanting to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. We heard statements by Israeli officials about the need for a second Nakba. And as Israel and the Israeli settlers who were backed by the full force of the Israeli state were attacking Palestinian communities across the West Bank, burning homes, killing people, taking over land, the United States government has given this right-wing government in Israel a visa waiver program that excluded Palestinian Americans, especially those from Gaza, and was pushing for an Israeli-Saudi normalization in a way that empowered Netanyahu's vision that peace with the rest of the Arab world can be achieved through bypassing Palestinians
Scorpion's dog.
And ignoring their
Thanks
just
for the
demands.
1,050 friend coin. Very kind of you.
There has to be a complete reconfiguration of this approach.
Very
and
much
there
appreciated.
Has to be, and tough questions need to be asked.
Jihad, I wanted to get your comment on the Israeli military informing Palestinians in Gaza that they would be identified as a partner in a terrorist organization if they didn't follow forced displacement orders and move south. This message came in leaflets that were dropped from the sky by drones on Saturday after Israel ordered 1.1 million residents in the northern part of Gaza to move south. Of course, not clear if they could ever return. Can you talk about this?
It is clear. They won't be able to return.
Let me tell you about my 88-year-old grandmother who lives in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. She's frail, she's old, and she's ill. She was sleeping in her bed when an Israeli bomb hit the neighborhood where she lives. And she was injured by shrapnel and glass. My cousin, who was taking care of her, had to carry her on his shoulders and run down the stairs, run across the neighborhood as the bombs were falling, carrying a frail 88-year-old grandmother who witnessed more than 8 or 9 wars so far since she was born. Her entire life has been defined by war, by bloodshed, by aggression, by losing loved ones. So I think this entire narrative about North versus South, safe versus unsafe, is nothing but a false narrative that I think we should resist, and we should not accept. Nowhere in Gaza is safe. Hundreds of people have been killed and lost their lives, regardless of where they reside. That's why we need a ceasefire now, and this is the demand by Palestinians from Gaza, whether they live in northern Gaza or southern Gaza.
You know, while we're on here today talking about controversial subject matter, probably worth taking a look at friend of the show, Rania Khalek, who actually interviewed. We talk a lot about Hamas and condemning Hamas. Well, Rania, who is an actual journalist, actually spoke to someone from Hamas. And I think we should take a look at that. When's the fun half? That's actually usually at the beginning part. I front load the beginning part with the fun stuff, although less lately. Not as much lately.
And just speaking to what might be happening behind the scenes, you know, are there any discussions about or negotiations related to a potential ceasefire? We've seen the call for a ceasefire growing in certain parts of the world. People really do want to see an end to this bloodshed. So is that, you know, is that something that's being discussed at all right now?
Well, there are some political contacts, but seriously, the Israelis are rejecting everything. They believe they can do what they want. And by the support of the United States, they are more encouraged to do that. Anyway, they have tried to do that.
Excuse me.
Years ago, all the history of the Palestinians was like this, and they couldn't overcome the Palestinians. They have invaded Lebanon in 1982.
That's right.
And they thought for a while that they have overcome the Palestinian resistance. Well, they found themselves fighting Hezbollah. And they, at the end, left. They were kicked out, in fact, from the Lebanese lands, most of the Lebanese lands. They will find themselves all the time
another classic road bit we all fell for.
Facing the resistance of the Palestinians. And I believe if they continue like this resistance will not stay only a Palestinian resistance.
Chat into listening. For once, yeah. Oh, excuse me that I wanted to actually listen to the words of something. Oh, we all need the instant video gratification. We all need to... Yeah, I'm trying to get you to listen to what's being said. Sorry, let me just back up here.
Facing the resistance of the Palestinians. And I believe if they continue like this resistance will not stay only a Palestinian resistance. I have to remind everyone that once in the history, everyone was helping the Palestinians to resist Israel. And now this is supposed to happen. Everyone is talking to us. Everyone wants to help, and we are talking to everyone. Well, we are still fighting. We are still standing. The Israelis have to understand they can't continue as an occupation.
And, you know, the Israelis and Americans seem to be involved in this rhetorical game of chicken with Iran, as well as Hezbollah. Do you foresee this
you can count on
war
me
in Gaza
and good
escalating?
old Rob to talk you through all this.
Gald Greek, thank you for the gifted sub.
Into a regional war?
Well, this is in the hands of the United States and Israel. If they continue the massacre in Gaza, they have to expect all the scenarios. No one can expect what may happen next hour. A few minutes before bombing the church, everyone's talking in another direction. After bombing the church, we are talking in another direction. But the simple idea, which I believe everyone have to understand, why to talk about the details while you can talk about the beef? The beef is the occupation. How to make an end for this occupation.
Beef zone.
I think this will open a good future for everyone.
Interesting. And I mean, credit to Rania for actually like speaking to someone from this organization, if we want to actually learn about what their stance is or what's happening. And people point out as well, like, Hamas is conservative, so how can you support a free Palestine? Which is a silly argument in and of itself as well, considering the fact that like the Palestinian resistance used to be led by like communists, used to be led by secular organizations. And these people were destroyed. They were assassinated. Their organizations were destroyed systematically. And Israel promoted Hamas for that exact reason. So like that's what they're left with. You know, if you want to ask me personally, not that it has anything to do with me, I'm not going to lecture Palestinian people about how they should be resisting their occupation. If it was up to me, this resistance would be led and organized by communists who are still exist in Palestine, by the way, and mostly support like what Hamas is doing, even if they might not support all their same views. In terms of resisting the occupation, they seem to be on the same page. But that's why that argument is ridiculous. Like that's what Palestinian resistance used to be, and it was systematically undermined and dismantled. Yeah, the PFLP is telling us to post, and I'm doing my part. I am doing my part. What else do we have here? We got to talk about Sarah Jammeh. I mean, while we talk about like electoralism and, you know, voting for the Democrats, voting for the Liberal Party as well, in Canada, like we said, we have a multi-party system. We have a multi-party system, and you can vote for, if you don't want to vote for the Liberals, you can vote for our Social Democrat Party, the NDP, the left-wing party. What's their stance on this? Well, their stance on this is that when one of their members in the opening of this conflict centered the institution of settler colonialism and blamed the violence on that, she was attacked on all sides. She was attacked by the Premier of Ontario, and her own party threw her under the bus. This is her statement that caused so much controversy. This was her statement. I'll read the entire thing. A call for an immediate ceasefire. And she was at 100% correct to make this call. The generations-long occupation of Palestine, as explained by Michael Link, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Situation of Human Rights in the Palestinian Territory, is apartheid, i.e. a political regime intentionally prioritizing fundamental political, legal, and social rights to one group over another in the same space on the basis of racial, national, ethnic identity. We are seeing this definition of apartheid in real time through the continued violation of human rights in Gaza, through the use of white phosphorus chemicals, the withholding of access to food, fuel, electricity, and water, and the destruction of the only exit from Gaza that isn't controlled by the State of Israel, the Rafah border. Especially with this context in mind, the news coming out of Israel and Palestine is deeply concerning. For 75 years, violence and retaliation rooted in settler colonialism have taken the lives of far too many innocent people. I call for an immediate ceasefire and de-escalation. We must look to the solution to this endless cycle of death and destruction, end all occupation of Palestinian land, and end apartheid. Canada must hold true to its history of peacemaking and refrain from military intervention. My heart genuinely goes out to all those impacted by this ongoing violence. So basically the only person in our political system with an ounce of courage to say what needed to be said at that difficult moment. Like I've talked about before, it's easy to say, oh yeah, I support Palestinians when they're this perfect victim group. But when in these moments, when it's difficult, when there's violence happening, it's much more difficult to take that stance. And she was 100% correct and had a lot of integrity and courage to make this statement. Well, and that's what I like. Orblady, that's a good point. You say the only thing I take umbrage with is revising Canadian history as peacemakers. Like, she's still trying to give credit to the Canadian state. Like, she's still trying to like play to the convictions that people have about this country, even if they're grounded in total lies. You know, that's why it's the idea that this is controversial in any way to me is insane. Yeah, no, I would take that out as well, Carnova, Canada's history of peacemaking. But like, that's what I mean. It's like, this is not some radical stance. This is not saying I stand uncritically with Hamas and endorse all their activities. Like, that's not what she's saying. And she's saying, my heart goes out to anyone that's victimized by this violence, but she's correctly framing the violence as being a result of apartheid and settler colonialism. Which is just a fact. That's just a fact. It's an inarguable fact. And now, this is today. The NDP has kicked Sarah Jama out of caucus after she made unilateral decisions that broke the trust of colleagues. Pathetic. Embarrassing. Merritt Stiles, leader of the official opposition, issued the following statement following the removal of MPP Jama from the Ontario NDP caucus effective immediately. In our caucus, there's room for different viewpoints, even dissenting ones, but that is based on that's a big but. That is based on the foundational principles of trust and working together as a team. Ms. Jama and I had reached an agreement to keep her in the NDP caucus, which included working together in good faith with no surprises, just like the Radiohead song. Our caucus and staff have made significant efforts to support her during an undoubtedly difficult time. Yeah, you made such a big effort to support her, like demanding that she retract her completely non-controversial and correct statement. That's how much you've been supporting her. Since then, she's undertaken a number of unilateral actions that have undermined our collective work and broken the trust of her colleagues. Some of Ms. Jama's actions have contributed to unsafe work environments for staff. As such, with the support of our Ontario NDP MPPs, I've been left with no option but to remove Ms. Jama from our caucus. This morning, Stiles and the Ontario NDP will vote against the Conservatives' extreme motion to censure MPP Jama. That's very generous of you. And then they have the audacity to say then, we do not believe the government should use this majority to strip a member of their right to speak and vote. It's an extreme step that will disenfranchise the voters of Hamilton Centre. But of course, removing her from the caucus, that's actually totally okay to do. That's totally fine to do. It's so pathetic. What an embarrassment. What an absolute embarrassment.
It's ridiculous having to copy all this by hand. We should have it printed.
We could get help from one of the groups in the Liberal movement.
No. Don't trust the Liberals. They will betray you.
Then I'll ask Lydia.
So here's her statement. Here's this extremist, this radical extremist that's now been removed from the NDP caucus.
13 days ago, I called for an immediate ceasefire and de-escalation, which had begun a horrific siege on the Palestinians in Gaza. And I'd like to share some thoughts today about the censure vote. Since I made this statement, Israel has only escalated its assault on millions of Gazans. The Israeli Defense Forces have killed thousands of Palestinians, destroyed residential areas, and ordered the evacuation of at least 20 hospitals in northern Gaza. Israel is telling people who are already injured, sick, and dying in hospitals in Gaza to leave. Since I made my statement, Israel has bombed refugee camps, United Nations schools, hospitals, airports, and the Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt. The unspeakable destruction continues and represents collective punishment against all Gazans in retaliation for attacks by Hamas. The Ford government has done nothing meaningful to say about these atrocities and has now targeted me to distract from its own scandals. And those of us committed to Palestinian life refuse to be distracted. I restate my call for an immediate ceasefire by Israeli forces and for the immediate restoration of food, water, fuel, and electricity in Gaza. And I applaud the many elected officials in Canada who have joined this call in recent days, and I hope even more of you will speak out. I ground my words in the realities of the Israeli apartheid and Israel's ongoing domination and occupation of Palestinian lands. Governments and institutions in Canada are trying to use their voice to wait to silence us, to silence workers, students, educators, and peace-loving people who dare to support Palestine. And to every person who's taking a risk to speak up for Palestinian dignity and safety, I see you and I hear you and I am with you. They try hard to silence us, but we know that our words are powerful and we must continue to speak up no matter the costs. Thank you.
Have you followed up on the school laundering Israeli propaganda on their Instagram page? Well, they actually blocked me from Instagram. It's not the school, it's the school board, so it's a little bit different, but no, they're posting even more deranged Zionist propaganda on there now, after blocking me and blocking others from commenting on it.
13 days ago.
Anyway, this is what passes for a controversial, radical, unacceptable viewpoint. Here's Merit Styles' press conference after. Oh, good. Left hand stew. Good. Just in time to make me super mad. Let's get even more mad about this. I haven't been mad enough today. I haven't been hooting and hollering enough today. Let's do even more. I agree.
That have broken and undermined the collective work of your Ontario NDP official opposition. We are a team. And she has done a number of unilateral things that have undermined our team.
Seriously, if you're unilateral things, what unilateral things? Is that the official political term? Seriously, if you're in Ontario, call the Ontario NDP. Call Merit Styles' office. If I have any sway whatsoever, if you're one of the viewers in Canada or Ontario, call Merit Styles' office today. And demand that they bring Sarah Jama back into her caucus and shame them for not standing by their MPP.
Our caucus and our staff team worked very, very hard and in good faith with MPP Jama so we could find.
They immediately threw her under the bus. They demanded that she retract that statement. That's how much they were working for to help her.
Actually, of course, voted against this really egregious motion that the government brought forward. But MPP Jama has, chosen not to work with us as a team, and so we've had to remove her from the caucus. And I'm happy to take.
Why didn't you do this 2 weeks ago? She left her original post up. Why did it take this long?
But then you have the pathetic snitch journalist. You didn't punish her enough. Why didn't you punish her right away? Why didn't you punish her more quickly than this? She left her post up where she demanded a ceasefire. Where she demanded a ceasefire and pointed out the fact that the violence was happening because of Israeli apartheid. That's what she had the audacity to leave up. She didn't even delete it. This is our journalists in this class, our objective journalists. Of course, if you ask this guy, he'd say, I don't have an ideology. I'm an objective journalist. He's snitching because they weren't hard enough on her because she was not parroting Zionist propaganda enough. This is pathetic and embarrassing. This is what you have to be like to be a journalist in this country.
No, there were a number of actions, and we've been working very hard.
What was the final straw?
For us, there have been a number of issues that have come up in the last little while that indicated that MPP Jama, despite our best efforts, was going to continue to act, unilaterally, and we can't continue to work that way. It undermines our team.
Was it the cease and desist letter?
No, as I said, there's a number of issues, obviously.
Who is this fucking guy?
And we've really tried to work hard with her because
we worked so hard. We immediately demanded that she retract her statement. That's how hard we were working.
Undermine our.
We were working so hard to help her.
And so this morning I made the difficult decision.
What's your reaction to what she said in the House this morning?
Unsafe working conditions. How she contributed to unsafe working conditions. How did she do that?
There were a number of instances where, well, first of all, MPP's offices, our constituency offices, and our offices here have received threats. MPP last week, when MPP Jama was, attempting to serve papers on the Premier, there was, as many of you know, an incident where there was some confusion about what was happening, and some of our staff were really concerned. So, this has bigger implications for everybody who works.
Losers.
Did you know what she was going to say this morning?
MPP Jama, I did not.
As far as the question, I think it's a fair one. Why do this now if you didn't do this over the statement? I mean, I guess, Stu, but I think the way it was asked, though, he was implying that, it seemed like he was personally offended that the statement was still there. I mean, that's how he was phrasing that. He wasn't phrasing it in this kind of objective way. I mean, it does show how completely incoherent their response is. And how they wanted to do this, we stand with our MPP while they're throwing her under the bus and demanding that she retract her statement. He asked the question, though, in a very whiny-ass tone, suggesting that, it was somehow, offensive, what she had done wrong in the first place. Refusing to support genocide is making a dangerous workplace. It makes your colleagues feel unsafe when you demand that you not support genocide and apartheid. The question was phrased in such a way that the punishment was a natural, logical conclusion from her actions. Yeah. She's also being reprimanded because MPs got hate mail and threats because she's suing Ford. Yeah, and she's correct to sue Doug Ford, who did slander her. Doug Ford put out a statement and was saying she supports terrorism and violence against women and children and rape and stuff like that. She should sue him for that. I hope she does. And yeah, if her MPs are getting hate mail because she took that stand when no one else actually was making that stance in her party who were supposed to stand by her and defend her, that should make them stand by her even more. If fucking lunatic Doug Ford reactionary loser supporters are calling MP's office to threaten them over that, then stand up for your colleague. Instead, it's we demand she retract the statement, but we're trying to work with her though, We're removing her from our caucus, but we don't want to censor her. They're trying to take this middling triangulation stance. It's embarrassing. It is absolutely fucking embarrassing. Yeah, she unilaterally tried to defend herself from libel. That's what this is over, right? They're saying she took these unilateral actions. That's what she's referring to. Thank you for clarifying that for me, because I wasn't sure at first. They have all these vague suggestions. She's doing these unilateral things that are against the team. That's what they're referring to. Her suing the premier for slandering her, which is 100% something that she should do, and that they should support her. That's what she's talking about. What an absolute humiliation.
Not know that she was going to say what she said today. No.
What did you make of? She was surrounded by protesters when she left the house. They were very impressed. Did you see what happened?
I didn't see what happened.
Maura, was the decision made before she spoke this morning, or was it made after she spoke this morning?
The decision this morning was made after.
She should sue the NDP as well.
Was made this morning. Yes.
So when did you tell her? When did you tell her?
We just told her just before the vote. I wanted to make sure that I had.
We're voting against you being censored, but we're kicking you out of our caucus. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. It sounds so much more devious when they say unilateral decisions, knowing full well the average person watching has no idea what those decisions are. Yeah. To be clear, when she's talking about these unilateral decisions, she's talking about this MPP suing the Premier of Ontario for slandering her, which he did do. Which he did absolutely do. Pathetic. Just an absolute embarrassment. You can't stand by your own party member when she is brave enough in that moment to make this link between violence in Palestine and settler colonialism and apartheid, which we support. What part of Ontario was that Nazi a citizen of again? I think it was North Bay. Yeah, North Bay. Oh. Well, I've been ranting and raving today, haven't I, folks? I've been ranting and raving today. I do have to go soon-ish. I have to go in about half an hour to pick up my kid from school. I will take the time now to remind folks that if you can, please support this channel. I'm a mere 20 subs away from the goal. As you know, I'm trying to get to the sub goal every single day. It's pretty much the only way that I'm able to continue doing this program every day, which apparently for some people has been valuable. So if you enjoy the content that I do here, if you appreciate my perspective that I have, and I know I have a strong perspective about certain things that can maybe sometimes be a little off-putting or alienating if you're not used to hearing about it. If that's something that you appreciate seeing on twitch.tv though, please, if you can, subscribe to TRRS. It's very helpful. It allows me to continue doing this show every single day. It is $5 per month for a subscription, which supports me. It supports the community. You also, in exchange, get all the tiny little images, some of the very best tiny little images on this program, or on this platform, rather, excuse me. Every little bit helps, and it's the only way that I am able to continue doing the show each and every day. So a mere 20 subs away, which is nothing. We got, 232 viewers. That's nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I'm sure any moment now, this flood of support is going to hit. The pipes are getting clogged.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
The pipes are clogged with all the support. Irate Lump, thanks for 34 months of Tier 1. I really appreciate it. Very close to that 36-month badge. Very, very close.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Anon, for the gifted sub as well. Try telling them they'll be hunted by knife dementors. It works great for me. Knife dementors. I like that. You can have knife Robs. Tell Chad about your little dances. I felt less comfortable doing the shimmying. The shimmying, the swaying. It's felt there's been so much serious subject matter that's been discussed lately. It's just felt a little crass. Even on Friday when I did karaoke, I felt a little weird about it, given the intense and serious subject matter that we're talking about.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Comrade Bushy, for the gifted sub as well. Thank you so much for that. So we're a mere 17 subs away from the goal, folks. It's within reach. It's within grasp. Only 17 subs to go. This is everyone's favorite part of the stream. Everyone's favorite part of the stream when I try to make the little number go up. I try to make the little number go up. It's my favorite part, certainly. When I get out of like the point when I'm like, you know, doing serious commentary and I'm finally now I can just like cajole people into subscribing to this program. I love it. It's very exciting for everybody, for me, for the whole community. We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account. That's right. Yep.
Wow. Okay, Rob. Seriously, wow.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Scorpion's dog. Scorpion's dog. Very first gifted subs in the channel. Thank you, Scorpion's dog, for the 10 gifted subs. That is so generous of you. I really, really appreciate that. Goodness gracious. Usually they're anonymous. Well, I'm happy these ones weren't, because when they're not anonymous, it triggers that like fantastic alert. I really appreciate that. That's very, very generous of you. Thank you so much, Scorpion's dog. We're 7 subs away, folks. We're 7 subs away, and then I can stop doing this. We're 7 subs away, and then we don't have to talk about this anymore. And a hype train is close as well. One more gifted sub will kick off a hype train. We're going to get it and push that hype train just like we're in the DPRK. Sing some Steely Dan. I only sing at 50. That's the rule. Sometimes I can't help myself because I just kind of enjoy singing, but
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Ben, thank you for the gifted sub. Very kind of you, Ben. Thank you. The DSA having similar problems from what I hear. Yeah, I mean, like we were saying before, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that DSA is taking more forceful stances against colonialism and imperialism. And if they shrink because of that, I think having a smaller party that has more of a militant stance about these things is actually a good thing. than having a larger group that's squishy on these issues, or that's afraid to show their kind of internationalist solidarity or to take a firm stance against imperialism. I think it's better to have a smaller and more militant group than to have a wishy-washy large group of liberals and liberal sympathizers who will look the other way when the party that they're always trying to funnel people into are helping to continue a ethnic cleansing and genocide. Yeah, then you end up getting the NDP. That's exactly how you get the NDP. Just tail the Democrats. Tail the Democratic Party. I don't know. It's not a good strategy. What does it matter if you're building a large organization filled with people if you're not going to take these kinds of stances? Folks, I'm 6 subs away from the goal.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Lost in all the discourse is the effect this chaos will have on Meghan McCain. Is she even okay? TRRS my father, TRRS my father, TRRS my father.
Thank you, Matt. The real victim in all this. The real victim in all this. I know. I remember one time Meghan McCain accused Ellie Valley, prominent Jewish activist and cartoonist, someone that I'm proud to know, who's one of the most passionate defenders of Palestinian human rights that you can possibly find. I remember Meghan McCain accused him of being anti-Semitic. That's how fucking perverse this whole idea of Zionism is. The real people, the real anti-Semitism defenders are fucking Meghan McCain, and Ellie Valley is the one that's dangerous, you know? The real Jews are Meghan McCain and other evangelical Christians and people that support Israel. Actual Jews that don't support Israel, they don't count. They don't count as being Jewish. Meghan McCain and Donald Trump are the real Jews. Like, that's how a completely farcical and absurd this whole idea is. The real Jews are evangelical anti-Semites. That's right. Yeah, and Richie Torres as well, going hard at Jewish Voice for Peace. Maybe Richie Torres should talk about his own fucking voters, his own fucking community. Rather than doing this, like, fucked up Red Scare witch hunt stuff with the Jewish groups in his community that are against Zionism. These are the progressives in the Democratic Party. Progressive hero John McCain. Do you know he said Trump bad? He said Trump bad. What a hero. What a legend. I mean, I was talking about like voting and like people saying like, oh, I'm having like Nader flashbacks by all the people talking about not voting for the Democrats. That's the absurdity of that whole political position. All these people that still hate Ralph Nader so much because of George W. Bush. Ralph Nader, who did not, the reason George W. Bush was elected had nothing to do with Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader's actually accomplished more than the vast majority of anyone that's ever organized with the Democratic Party in terms of actually materially helping people. But that's the amazing thing about these people. They'll be like, Ralph Nader, I hate that guy. He led to George W. Bush. George W. Bush? Oh yeah, he's good. He said Trump bad. He gave Michelle Obama a candy. I like George W. Bush now, but I hate Ralph Nader because he led to George W. Bush. Al Gore lost in his home state. That's not because of Ralph Nader. He's running with Joe Lieberman. I can't believe the Al Gore. The absurd thing is like, you say, I can't believe the Al Gore and Joe Lieberman ticket failed to win. The funny thing about it all is that they did win. They actually did win in spite of that. And literally just like let the Republicans steal the election because to complain about it would have been too uncouth. It wouldn't have been civil to complain about the obvious election theft that took place in plain sight, in full view of everybody. But yeah, of course, it's Nader's fault. Of course, it's Ralph Nader's fault that happened. Just a completely nonsensical position. Folks, I'm a mere 6 subs away. Do we have 6 heroes that want to step to the plate and support this show and get to the sub goal? Even our friend Carnoba is subless right now. We got a number. I see a number of subless people in the chat. I know there's people out there in the chat right now that would appreciate a gift sub. Carnoba does a lot for this community. I think Carnoba deserves a gift sub right now. Who are the heroes that are going to step to the plate so I do not have to continue doing this segment? And we can just say goodbye.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Plunger Man, thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that, Plunger Man. Thank you for all the support. End this Canadian's misery. Do you think I like this? Do you think I like having to do this? I don't. Okay? I don't.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Plunger Man, thank you for another gifted sub. That's very kind of you. We're 4 subs away, folks. We're 4 subs away. I was going to say, like, I could threaten to harm myself as, like, a joke, but I feel like that's probably against TOS. If I was just, like, threatened to gouge myself in the eye or something with this, but that would be not good, right? It wouldn't be good to do that. I'm sure that's frowned upon. It would just be a joke. I wouldn't really stab myself in the eye or anything like that. I wouldn't actually do that. A little crass. Yeah. A little bit of a yikes to do that. I agree. That's why I'm not going to do it. Do it, coward. This strategy is dividing the chat. It's dividing the chat. Very divisive. No, I wouldn't do that. I've threatened you before. I've threatened the chat. Can't even make self-harm jokes on this free speech platform. What an absolute joke. Ridiculous.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Chaos the Gardener, thanks for the 3 gifted subs. Very, very kind of you, Chaos the Gardener. Thank you. You would also never threaten to burn chat's houses down. No, never. That doesn't sound like something I would do, no. That doesn't sound like something I would ever do. The story of my life, getting threats from strangers I support. That's a weird thing to have happen to you, like to the point that it would be the story of your life. I think if that's happening to you often, I think you got to look inward. You got to look in the mirror about that and wonder why that's happening.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Sedusu, thank you for the gifted sub. Very first gifted sub in the channel. Thank you, Sedusu, for dragging my tired ass over the finish line. Thank you, everyone, for supporting this program. As always, it is much appreciated. Everyone who supports me, who tunes into this show and supports this channel, can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Ugh. We did it. Well, what else then? I think I covered everything that I wanted to talk about when it comes to Palestine today. There will be more to talk about tomorrow, as always. Is there anything else we need to discuss before we say goodbye for the day? The swelling has gone down on my head where I was stung by a wasp last Friday. I would like to discuss your hair looks nice. Thank you, Orb Lady. You can't really see the haircut. You know, I told people I was a mullet guy now, and it's really hard to see. But thank you for saying that. That's very kind of you. I got the hockey hair. It's just a mild hockey hair. It's a mild hockey haircut. You just need the Canadian tuxedo to complete the look. That's actually how I was dressed this weekend. I'll show you my Saturday night fit. This is my Saturday night fit when I went out. I guess you can't see the whole thing because I am wearing jeans in this picture. But do you have hockey teeth? No, I don't. I have all my teeth still. I never played hockey. I've never played hockey once in my life. That's dressed up for Montreal. That's right. What's the pin? The pin is for Harbinger Media Network. And I also have a really cool pin that I got from my friends in Alberta Advantage. The Wheat Board Defense Corps. I don't know if you can see that. The Wheat Board Defense Corps pin. I have played Blades of Steel, that's true. Did you know the actor in Shoresy got one of his teeth surgically removed so he would look like a hockey player? Surely they can do that digitally. I mean, I do respect the commitment to acting or whatever, but like they can just like get rid of one of your teeth digitally. Blades of Steel was a fun game. Blades of Steel was great, but I'm more of a NHL 95. That's one of my favorite hockey games. NHL 95 for the Sega Genesis. I play the theme song often, actually, on this show. Sometimes when I'm trying to motivate people to subscribe or do whatever. I play the NHL 95 theme. It is a jam, yeah.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Anon. Thank you for another gifted sub, Anon. NHL 95 is superior. Creating myself and my whole Pee Wee team in NHL 95. I love that as well. I was always, up until, I'm still doing that. In sports games, creating myself in sports games. Defender of Wheat sounds like Kulak reappropriation. Not really, it's more about like defending the collectivization. And ensuring that you have a strong state and not a class of people that are in control of that resource. Someone that's more has greater ties to Alberta might be able to explain it better than me. They've got skullets in wrestling games, Diego, which is one of the most enjoyable places to create yourself. The Canadian Wheat Board used to be a government body that would help farmers get a better price for their gains. Stephen Harper eliminated it. Rob experiences gender euphoria in the wrestling video game character creator. I mean, now is probably a time where I should show you the greatest created wrestler in the history of our sport. The greatest created wrestler in the history of our sport, our great sport. What an asshole. You can just looking at this character, just like, I hate this guy. What a piece of shit. This arrogant prick. Oh, that's good. That gets me every time. Every time. I long for a savable version of this video to post in Lib's tweets or mad at Rob for a hit tweet. I get a lot of those too, don't I? Okay. You should make an animated react of the natural doing the hip thrust. That could be good as well. That could be good. I do need to make a new alert. I was making a new alert in case and the odd time happens and anyone ever gifts 20 subs. I was making a new alert for that. That could be a good option. I think I'm going to go with the egg lick, though. I got to do that. Give my regards to our friend Hildebeest. So if you're new, if you've never watched Hildy's stream before, Hildy always has the funniest reactions to raids. So we're gonna raid our friend Hildebeest. She's talking a bit more about Sarah Jama. We love Hildy. And she always has an absolutely hilarious reaction, so she's going to totally freak out. So your mission is in the chat or as part of this raid is to try and elicit the funniest reaction possible from Hildy Beast. Here she is. She's just going about her business. She has no idea.
Could. And that would say a lot, right? Because
take care, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow, all right? Thanks for the support today and yesterday and always. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow.